Tori's back, or behind Kelsey's back. So I said, so it's a reference to that. You can't make it that I'm speaking of her is my point because I'm hypothetically stated. She said, I hypothetically stated. Doesn't say hypothetically in there. It doesn't have to. It's a text about Megan. Right. But you were asking me about what I meant, and that's what I meant. Okay. And you understand that it's possible someone who read this would take it as a direct statement about Megan, right? I do not understand that because we come from different places and you are misinterpreting what I meant. So, okay, so your testimony under oath right now is you weren't referring to Megan when you said this sentence. No, I was speaking hypothetically. Could be anybody, right? If any woman messes with my man, then I'm going to do such and such and da 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 da. Y'all know that language when she says da 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 da. Y'all know, y'all pick up on it, right? Now this is my opinion. My opinion on. All right, let's continue. It was hypothetical. Yes. And you happen to bring that up as the last sentence of 5 sentences you spoke all about Megan, right? Yeah, it's a hypothetical statement based on things. How would the reader know? Who would have been reading it? It was alive. How would the listeners know? Because they've been keeping up with the coverage, all of them. I cannot amount for every single person, but the same people, very much so, showed up and supported. Yes. Okay, you stand behind everything you said here in Exhibit 42B. What do you mean by that? Stand behind it. You said you take it back. Any of it? Once again, take back what? There's a lot of things said here. Yeah, any of it. You take back? Not in this moment. I would need more time to think over that. What you need time to think over, Milagro? What you need time to think over? Okay, let's continue. Okay, all right. I'm going to mark as 43 a copy of the operative complaint, and then I'm going to do them together. All right, so they're about to mark this into identification. Okay, so they marked it into the identification. Okay, so let's start right here. First of all, Mrs. Cooper, I have a couple of questions about specific parts of this complaint that started the case and your answer. But if you want to be comfortable, you look at as much of it as you want. I'm not sure trying. I'm not sure just trying show part, showing a part. So I'll show you what I care about, and then you decide what you want to read. But I'm just going to focus on page 8. In paragraph 27, why don't you go ahead and read that yourself? Okay. And tell me when you're done. I'm done. Okay. And now look, if you turn the answer to page 3, I'm going to try to get the matching. So whatever 27 is there. You see your response in 27? Okay. I apologize. I should have done this first. Am I right that 44 is a copy of the answer and your counsel filed for you in this case? Yes. Okay, so on 27, you read what it says there. And then your answer says that you admit to operating numerous social media accounts one time or another and has submitted to oral discretion. And then in the end, you say defendant also denies that she is a sole speaker, writer, and or editor of every post on her social media accounts. Can you tell me what that refers to? Now she's talking about Mike again. To Mike, who the internship situation. Okay, and so he like, how would you describe what that is? Someone is helping you get your tweets out or your posts? No, he would someone who would determine what was trending in post worthy and post in writer caption. Uh huh. Okay, was involved in posting any tweets that have been alleged to the defamatory of Megan? Not that I know of. Okay. You are not saying here that he is responsible for something that's in this case? No. Okay, all right. Now let's turn to page 12 on the complaint, and I'm focused on paragraph 42. It might be easier if I read this one. This is under the heading that says defendant promoted the deepfake video. As read, in June 2023, defendant registered for an X account using the screen name Mom's World. In registering for an account, defendant created a profile on X, including, amongst other things, a quote likes page on her X profile. Likes are a feature of X whereby a user can show their support for a post by clicking the like button, which is portrayed as a heart symbol under each individual post. Likes are then recorded for each post and publicized as a statistic that is visible on each post, with more popular posts featuring a higher number of likes. Is less popular posts showing view to no likes. As with any X user, defendant likes page on her X profile tracked and displayed the most that defendant liked, i.e., post, which defendant pressed the like icon from her X account. Defendant's like page was featured on a tab of defendant's X profile and accessible to all third-party X users. And then there's a footnote that you latter made your likes inaccessible. X made them inaccessible. I'm sorry, yes, across the board. Okay, and then on your response to that, in number 42, you say you admit that you use that screen name, but you deny everything else. And so, what is it in all these things about how the likes work that you are denying? Do you disagree with that? I disagree because now this is what Milagro is saying. I disagree because the way that users use Twitter and the way that they may have intended for users to use are in two different things. So I don't necessarily use it to promote or to show that I like something, or that doesn't mean I agree. It doesn't necessarily mean that. So when you say I like it, and you don't mean you like it, not in every instance, no. Do you mean by expressing your like, you draw attention to people who pay attention to you? No, because a like page is something that people could look at because it's for you. It's your likes. So people could see it. It's for you to go back and reference, not necessarily the people. Well, let's cut right to it. The deepfake video. Did you attempt to direct attention to that video by liking it and telling people to go check your likes? Girl, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Y'all listen to some tea. Now, I got knowledge about this. But let's continue. Let's see what they say. No, I was reporting on a situation I was made aware of, and I simply wanted them to know what I was talking about. Did you intend by doing what you did, liking it, and then telling people to go look at your likes for more people, your followers, to see the video? No, I want them to see the post on Twitter of the video. No, the video was not on Twitter. What post did you want them to see? Screenshot of the video? This is Milagro. I wanted them to see the post that they were bringing to my attention. So I liked it so they could go read it. And what they did after, that was their business. Okay, but part of this is they go look at what you liked, right? They could go to my likes, yes. That was the intended result, right? Once again, when I'm reporting on things as a reference, I need to see. Sometimes they want to know what are you even talking about. So it was just to say, this is what I'm talking about. Sure. How is that not drawing attention to the thing you were reporting about? Because they would have to follow up. It's a headline. They would have to follow up in the place you sent them. I didn't send them there. If I'm talking, if I'm taking them to Twitter, we're on Twitter. Per my knowledge, the video was on bimbella.com. I did not direct anybody to bimbella.com. What's it called? Bimbella. How do you spell that? I believe Bimbella. Is that a platform that you use yourself? No. Do you know what it is? No. How did you know it was on Bimbella? The post when a Twitter on Twitter, when you post a video, it puts where it came from at the bottom. So it said benbella.com right under it. Under what? Under the video. I thought the video wasn't on Twitter. Or under the post of the whatever the post was, it was still shot. And under it said benbella.com. Okay. At any time before you like the video, no, like the post. Like the post. Uh-huh. Did you watch the video? I don't believe so. Now, Milagro. Milagro. I I'm gonna get into my commentary. Just give me 1 second. We finna talk about this. Have you ever watched the video? Yes. When? That day, June 8th. Okay, in what platform did you watch it? I didn't watch it on the platform. I saw it on my phone. Was it on Twitter? Did you click on Twitter to watch the video on June 8th? Actually, somebody sent me a DM on Instagram with a completely different link. I clicked that. I didn't click the benbella thing because someone said they got a virus on their phone. Did you produce that? No. That message that somewhere sent you to go look at the video? Yes. Okay, we'll look at that. All right, so your understanding is the video existed where on June 8th? Where did you see it? I mean, I know you were led there by somebody. Where did you see it? I saw it on I don't know the name of the website, but the link per my Instagram DM. That's where I watched it at. But you liked the Twitter post. Yes. Why did you like the place where you saw it? Now, pause. Now, I got to give my commentary on this. You just established that you saw it on Twitter. You went and liked it on Twitter. However, on the flip side, the video that you're talking about in question, you actually viewed it on Instagram. So if you viewed the video on Instagram, why would you then go into Twitter and like it? So now you're setting out a timeline. June the 8th, you were sent it, but you were sent it on Instagram, but why would you then go to Twitter? Does that make sense to y'all? Now that's my opinion alone. I'm just saying, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We got the audio recording from that Said So video on June the 8th. I have it. That video was that station head live was almost 5 hours. It was toward the end. And I have the audio recording of her. When she got a hold of the video, when she started talking about the video, and then her mentioning, hey, let me go ask, I can probably go ask a few people, is this Megan? Because she pretty much done effed everybody. It's on my Twitter page. Scroll all the way down. You'll see the station head logo symbol, video, boom, right there. Y'all can hear the whole recording. Because I also came out here and posted when she did the transcripts to her answers, she lied. I showed proof of the actual court document, and then I posted that video right beside it. You said way more. Why are you only showing the transcripts of the show just of this? You missing a whole bunch of words out of that joker. You said way more than what you said there. Anyway, let me continue. Why didn't you like the place where you saw it? Bam! Bam! Where my bomb at? I got the same question that Sullivan got. Why didn't you like the place where you where you saw it? There was nothing to like. It was a private Instagram message. Okay. And did you expect that the people you told to like, to check out your likes on Twitter would find their way to the video? Not necessarily, because I was on station head at the time. So I wasn't full fledged streaming. I was actually that day going back and forth with Cardi B and her sister Hennessy publicly. We were in a public spat. And I was streaming on station head talking about that actually when I was distracted by people coming and saying, hey, 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 this just happened. But you sent people to a specific page on Twitter, right? My likes. Well, when I tweet, go to my likes, your likes page is going to have all your likes. So no one on Twitter would have known what I was talking about. But pause. But ma'am, we have the entire audio clip. What are you talking about? We got the whole entire audio clip. But okay, let's continue. Well, when I tweet, go to my likes, your likes page is going to have all your likes. So no one on Twitter would have known that I what I was talking about. The people on station head that were active in that conversation, those are the ones that would have been aware of the topic we were discussing. Exactly, hence why we got the recording of your station head. Anyway, let's continue. All right, so I just want to make sure I understand this. You are saying that liking the video or whatever the page, the post, the post, deep fake. You know that's deep fake now, right? She says, I don't know that. Now, okay, anyway, let me continue. Do you have any basis to say it's not deep fake? Megan says it's not her, but I don't know anything about the video or where it came from. The only thing you know about it is Megan says it's not her. Ooh, excuse me. Right, but when I saw it, I thought it was her. Right, because again, y'all can scroll down on my page. I got the entire audio clip of her talking about this very moment. Scroll down on my page, you'll see it. But anyway, let's continue. Okay, but that's not evidence, right? Of course, it's not evidence, but I didn't create the video. I don't know where it came from. Okay, and sitting here today, you think it's her? I think it's possible it could be her. Okay, but girl, child, don't we have the audio clip of you talking about the different type of tattoos on her body? Milagro? Okay, let's continue. And and are you spreading that message? No, I haven't talked about it again. I haven't been able to. What do you mean, am I spreading that message? Okay, are you denying that you told people to check out your likes because that was a way to send traffic to see the deep corn video without being liable? That wasn't your motive? Tell the truth. No, I simply said go to my likes and that was it. And you knew when you did that, that was going to cause people to go look at the video, right? Not look at the video. Once again, when you were reporting on different topics, I knew that it would be something to talk to the people about. I knew that they would know what I was talking about then. Okay, again, Milagro, baby, let me tell you something. There was a second audio clip that I have of you where you were saying something along the lines about the video again. I have the audio clip. Again, everybody who is tuned in, when we get off this live, scroll down on my page. You can listen to it for yourself. I posted that months ago. It's on here. Go back and y'all can hear her. So she says, once again, okay, so I already read that. Because they would look at it, they would see the post or the video if it's there. It's their choice. She said it wasn't up to me, but they wouldn't have known about it unless you sent them there. No, they came to me. Now, Milagro, baby, we got the whole recording. Anyway, let's continue. And you said, go here and look at a video of Meg that might be a deep fake. I did not say that. You just said, look at it. I said, go to my likes. It's what I said. All right. You have to give me a bigger leash. Do you know what I'm talking about? The video? You know what? I'll do it in a minute. All right. If we look at the complaint, paragraph 43, and then it shows on or about defendant liked an ex post included a deep fake video. Did you deny that? Ask me one more time. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand that your answer, just so you have it, it's on page 3. She says, okay. So it says page 43. Uh-huh. And I'm just trying to figure out what you were admitting and what you were not admitting, or what you're not saying here. Okay. The first sentence on 43 says that you liked an ex post that included the deep fake video. Did you admit that? No, I liked an ex post that had a link to the video. Okay. And then you say by liking, or no, as read, we say by liking this post, the post was archived to the displayed on defendant's likes page, and the video in that post could be viewed for her likes page by visitors. True? No, that would have to leave Twitter and go to benbella.com to watch that video. Per what I remember, I believe it would have taken you off their site to the video. I believe yes. So if you would have, so like what you liked, you said, check out my likes. They went to your likes. If they clicked enough times there, they would get to the video, right? If they clicked it, I believe it would take them to another site that would show them the video. Yeah, I think so. Okay, all right. I think that's it for these two. We can do whatever you had next in order. So it looks like they go take a look at 25A, and then it shows 45. Okay, so they're putting in 45A, 45B, they put it into identification. So let's scroll down. Okay, we know you lying asshole. That's what that's one of her tweets. You said, right? She says, uh-huh. Okay. And are you saying that Megan lied under oath? I've posted that question. She said, I posed that question. Have you ever made that accusation? I don't believe so. Okay. And are you in a position to say she lied under oath? No. Do you retract that? If you said it, that she lied? I didn't say it. I don't recall saying that. If you said it, you didn't have a basis to say it, right? Cause for speculation. She says call for speculation, and she said objection. I guess she tried to correct herself right there. Calls for speculation. I'm asking with respect. I'm asking if she knows something at the level of confidence that she would accuse Megan of lying on the oath. Then tell me, do you know that to be true? Do I know that she would lie on the oath? That she did lie on the oath. You said that. I don't know for certain that Megan lied on the oath. I posed the question. I understand that people can ask questions. Uh-huh. That he said it's different than the accusation, right? Right. Like, we know you lying asshole. Do you see that? Yes, I do. Do you see a question mark at the end of that? I don't. It's not a question, is it? That is not a question. It's an accusation. And busted her out, girl. Child, girl, what the hell, girl? Yeah. Girl, you gonna make me talk like Medea, Lord. Calm down, Cody. Now, you know, I can hit that Medea, but let me calm down. All right, let's go with it. So he's saying she does not have a question mark at the end of her question, which in his theory, it's an accusation. Now, here goes Miss Dixon. Objection. The witness. But towards that, though, well, that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, all right. So objection as to the characterization, speculation, and assumed facts not in evidence as far as the word accusation. It's mischaracterization of the facts. Okay, are you saying that Megan lied at the trial about anything under oath? What I'm saying in this transcript, no questions. Are you? Let's not in this transcript. Have you said that Megan under oath Have you said Megan lied on the oath at trial? I don't believe so. Okay, you don't believe that, do you? Or you don't have evidence of that? What is the question? You are not in a position to make that accusation. You are saying you never said that and you wouldn't because you don't have the evidence, right? I said I don't believe that. I accused her outright of lying in court. But Megan is a liar per her own admissions. She lied many times, but not in court under oath, yes. And she is explaining all those statements. She said, I want to be clear because this transcript is in front of me and we played the audio. What are we referencing? My statement here? Or are you bringing up, am I accusing her in court of lying? I'm trying to find out. You said the word lie, liar, lying, right? And that's what she said. And that's what he says. We're going to look at 30. Oh, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea. Write this down in your notebook. He says, I'm trying to find out. You said the word lie, liar, lying. She says, right. And he says, we're going to look at 30 of them today. Okay. She says, uh-huh. So I want to get your answer on whether you are saying she lied on the oath. He says, uh-huh. Oh, are you referenced to something else? All right. Okay. I just want to be clear. She says, in this moment, I'm referencing in general that in general, Megan is a liar. Tell me exactly what lies you are accusing of her here. Megan lied to police. She said it was glass first. In this moment, this is in general that Megan is a liar. So when I said Megan is a lying ass hoe, he says, what are you referring to? Megan lied about sleeping with her best friend's love interest. Megan lied about how, oh God, Megan lied to police about the glass injury. Megan came forward and said she was lying to protect people. I mean, she's lied quite a few times. She said all of that under oath to the police. Well, she said all that under oath to the whole world at trial, right? Said all of word. She said all of what? Explain everything you just said about the reasons she did, what she did, when she did it, right? The George Floyd and all this other stuff. You heard that, right? Well, that makes her non credible, doesn't it? You could ask the jury. They believed her, not Tory, right? Oh, there's some tea, girl. There's some tea. Y'all listen, there's some tea. Well, that's them. Objection, Tory didn't. That's them, the jury, right? Right. But once again, we do have an appeals court. Milagro, why are you still in this trial, still so worried about what's going on with Tory? As y'all, following along, how many times has she mentioned that appeal? Okay, let's continue. Okay, but so far, our truth finding process has found that she is believed, yes? Once again, that's what our process has produced so far in this case, yes? Once again, Megan is a liar by her own admission. And when I say Megan is a liar, I'm speaking in general that she is a liar. She told a lie. That makes her a liar. She's told many lies. Do you have any? What is the last part? When someone lies, they're a liar. Okay, so Milagro, what are you? That my opinion alone. That's my question. Okay, let's continue. Do you have any? What was that last part? And then I just read that, so let's go on down. He says, okay, but you don't have any personal knowledge about any of that, right? Other than what she said, you don't know any of the truth. I mean, objection, that's not. And then here go Milagro. In court, she revealed she was sleeping with Tory. So I can confirm that she did lie when she said she didn't. Yeah. On a TV show on Gail King, but she fessed up in court. Yeah. Which means she lied because in court she said, yes, I did sleep with him. I understand, but just in the exercise we're doing, we're accusing somebody of perjury. Which I want to understand if you're doing that. I do not believe I did. And you wouldn't do that today? Wouldn't do what today? Say that Megan committed perjury in that? I would not assert that. I would not ask. I would ask like I did before. Just ask. I would ask, did Megan perjure herself? When the expert said there were no nerve damage, when they did, she say there was. A jury heard the whole thing and they convicted, right? Based on all the evidence, all the things you were talking about, everyone took it all into account and they convicted, right? They did, but the biggest names in our industry did not believe her. The public didn't believe her. And I think that's why. Again, why are you okay? Let me keep I'm gonna wait for my commentary. Let's keep going. That's when he chimed in and say they weren't in the box. He said that's when she says there was so much contention. I understand, but I don't think it would be the type of topic it is. And I don't think that Joe Budden, the Breakfast Club, and just the major players, academics, would speak on it and assert that she's a liar themselves if they did not believe it to be true. Also, he says, why? I wasn't the only one. Why? Why wouldn't they just make it up for attention? No one needs to do that. They all need to do it. Isn't it that you get ratings? No. No one likes someone tearing down a woman that has allegedly been hurt. So no. You do a pretty good job on there, calling her the B word. And right? Well, he's whatever he put, but y'all see the lines right there. She says, but to your point, it wouldn't help me. So I wouldn't have to really believe that she's a liar to go against the grain. But if you've already told me there's no way you could independently know that, right? You don't have access to the evidence. You weren't there. You don't have personal knowledge. You are never going to be in a position to conclusively answer that question, right? Are you referring to the case or now me calling her a liar in general? I think we've distinguished, right? If you didn't say it before, you are saying right now you are not in a position to call to say that she lied at trial, right? I cannot assert that she lied at trial. Y'all, there's some tea. There's some tea right here. There's some tea. Y'all write this down in your notebook. Write that part down. I cannot assert that she lied at trial. Okay. And if you said that, you take it back. Objection. I did not say that. Okay. Let's mark this for 46. For the record, we've marked as Exhibit 46. Appears to be a tweet. Okay, so they marked it into identification. And it looks like this is what we've been talking about. Mob's World. Go to my likes, yeah? Yes. Okay. And that says June 8th, 2024. That's the date that you first saw the video of Meg, yeah? What day? June 8th? Yes. All right. And it says 10:34 a.m. Go to my likes. 5.7 thousand views. I guess just streaking with the top here. Is this, in fact, the tweet you sent out at 10:34 on 6/8/24 about your likes? Yes. Okay. And at that time you did that. On your likes was a like of the post about the deepfake video, right? It was a post about the deepfake video, right? And we've discussed that if you click enough times on that, you are going to get to the video, right? I believe it would take you to another site. Okay, and then just so you know, these like the 5.7 thousand views, is that the number of people who viewed this tweet? Yes. All right, and all this stuff about quotes and bookmarks and what you see here is something is missing. So this post was quote tweeted. So the actual post that has the 613199, that's not present here, whatever that is. Okay, so then going to the bottom, Milagro and Mob's World. You quote this, right? Yeah, go to my likes. That could have been related to anything. You just told me that before, right? Yeah. It could have been anything. But then you say, but just read the rest of it. It says, but I ain't no lying ass hoe, cough. It was so that people could see the video another ex-user posted. What would the lawsuit for that be? So they had Milagro read that out loud. So now here go Sullivan chiming in. So that was the point, is to get them to look at the video, right? Now, y'all listen to some tea, y'all. Y'all listen to this. Well, sometimes we misspeak. So when I said video, I should have said post because it was a post. You just thought of that after the fact, though, right? No, I'm explaining to you that sometimes you tweet and you are tweeting fast and you speak out of turn and you use the wrong term. How did you use the wrong term, Milagro? But okay, let's continue. So, are you talking about a deep fake video? The topic at hand was the video. And so, what I should have said was post. Well, what do you mean should have? This is this is you writing in real time. This is what you told them, right? And that's the problem. Sometimes when we write in real time and speak in real time, we make mistakes. Are you saying it's less bad for you if you sent them to look at the post as opposed to the video? Do you think there's a distinction? For me, I knew that my intent was to discuss the headline itself, not for people to necessarily go see Megan in a compromising position. So why didn't you just put it out on your own site, the headline? You could talk about it all by yourself without the video. I hadn't had time to really look into it enough. Like I told you, I had already been in an altercation, well, verbal altercation with Cardi. It was brought to my attention. So as it was happening, I tweeted, go to my likes, so people could see what I was referencing. But that's why it wasn't something that was broadcasted on my main platform as they show. And I also have a website. So, okay, so pause. This is my question and this is my opinion. Y'all look at that. Is that admitting to something to y'all? It was brought to my attention. So as it's happening, I tweeted, go to my likes so people could see what I was referencing. But that's why it wasn't something that was broadcasted on my main platform as they show. And I also have a website. So, but I thought you just said you could be talking about anything. Y'all write that down. Write that down in your notebook. And are you asking what would the lawsuit for that be, right? Right. And you found out. I found out, right, that I was accused of he says, you got a lawsuit for that. She says, objection, argumentative. This is Miss Dixon. Right. Uh-huh. You now know that the lawsuit for this is, right? You were sued for defamation. I understand well, not for defamation for the video. I'm sorry, yes, for the deep fake. You are sued under the statute that prohibits that in promoting those. Right. I understand that I've been sued for that, but I think that it doesn't make sense. Okay. And prior to saying, go to my likes, did you make any effort to find out whether the video was fake? Did you try to find out at least what Megan had to say about it? No, I didn't. Did at some point after you said, go to my likes, did you find out that Megan said it's fake at some point after? No. Megan, I believe she said that people want to hurt her or something like that. But I don't believe she already said that's not me in the video. I just think she said people trying to hurt me. Y'all want to hurt me so bad. Something like that. Sitting here today, as far as you know, she never said it wasn't her. I was not aware of her asserting that it wasn't her. I don't believe so. Did you make any effort, having sent everybody to go look at it, to really get sure about whether it was her or not? I don't believe I sent people to go look at it. But like I said, when I looked at it, I thought enough of it. I thought it was very possible it could be her based on the way she raps. And publicly, she's been tied to a couple of things, a situation with Kelsey and Tori. I thought it was very possible. But is that your standard? Very possible? I mean, if that's if that was no, y'all did some tea, y'all did some tea, y'all listen to some tea. So here you go. They're talking about he brought up her daughter for an example. So let's get into it. If that was your daughter in the video, would you say, oh, it's very possible it's her? I'll pass it along. Like, aren't you worrying about being wrong there? Well, when you are in the entertainment field in something trans, it if it is or if it isn't, the point in is to discuss what is happening in the world. Even if it's false, you say, screw it, I'll pass it along and let's talk about the false stuff. Well, that's my point. That's why I didn't tweet go to benbella.com. Now, ma'am, you liked it and then you told people to go to my likes and then you knew exactly what it was for. We got the audio on the page. Scroll down, you'll see it. What are you talking about? But okay, let's continue. If I wanted them to see the video versus a headline, I could have easily posted it. Like I said, you could have posted a headline right here, right? It takes one line. To me, questionable Megan deepfake. Whatever. Let's talk about it. Had I posted that, then I feel like that's when it would have turned into a thing. So, like I said, I did not have time to research it that way. It was a very intimate audience, and we were there discussing something entirely different. It wasn't, she says, it wasn't even focused on Megan. This happened during discussing Cardi B and my altercation with her. Uh-huh. Does Cardi B have anything to do with this? You keep bringing her up in this. Now, side note, she brings her up a lot. I mean, in my opinion. But okay, let's keep going. Well, because this day, that's what I was doing. And this is what I was doing literally at this time. At the time this is going on, and as I'm tweeting, I'm streaming and I'm discussing and going back and forth actively with Cardi. Uh-huh. Where is this exhibit 46? What is this? This is from your production? Is this something you put together? Is it just a Twitter page? Is it a combination of things? That's the Twitter page that's been suspended. Say again. A Twitter page that has been suspended. It's a tweet. Okay, it's a tweet that's been suspended. Is it 2 weeks? No, is it two tweets? There's go to my likes, and then there's stuff at the bottom. Yeah, there's two tweets. Like I told you, whatever tweet is above, that is not present in this screenshot. I don't know what that said. In this message, yeah, go to my likes. That could have been related to anything, right? And you are saying that even that now, that's your protection, right? Uh-huh. It's not protection. It's the truth because on Twitter, they were not privy to the conversation on Station Head. So when someone on Twitter would have seen go to my likes, they would have seen thousands of likes. So now pause. We got the video. Well, not the well, yeah, we did have the video, but we actually have the audio. Somebody's not being truthful, in my opinion. All right, let's continue. When some she says so when someone on Twitter would have seen go to my likes, they would have seen thousands of likes. So you can say that now and say I wasn't specifically doing it, but then right here in the next line you say I'm not a liar. I did it so they could see the video that was posted there. You just flat out said that, right? And like I told you, for me, it was about bringing attention to the story, not necessarily the video of Megan, about the story. So I misspoke. I should have said so the other people could see the post other ex user posted. And then the court reporter requested clarification. She says, post another ex user posted. This is going to be 47. I'll give it to your lawyer. Okay, so they marked that for identification. I think this was produced by your side. And that's when Ms. Dixon says, uh-huh. What's the number for this one? On the bottom is 47. She says, oh, 47. I'm sorry. Yeah. And actually, if you don't mind, if you would take a minute, Miss Cooper, and just go through and just quickly look at what's here. I think it's from your files and I would recognize it, but I just want to, okay, okay, Miss Cooper, Exhibit 47. It looks like a combination of a bunch of separate things. Do you know how this was put together? I believe that I took a screenshot and made like a PDF file. Okay, a PDF file of tweets. Oh, different tweets? Yes. And what was do you know when you did that roughly? I'm sorry, I don't. Is it part of the case? Getting ready for the case? Yes. Okay. And your lawyer said gather some things, and this among the things you gathered. I don't need their words. I'm just what caused you to do this? Lawyer? Yeah. Per the interrogatories. I don't even know how you say that word, child. Interrogatories, however you say that word, y'all see it. But anyway, let's continue. Yeah. Okay. And what steps did you go through to put this together? You just searched. It's simple. Yeah. I went back to that date on my Twitter. Okay. And then I took screenshots and made a PDF file from it. Okay. Because I don't know how to export it otherwise. Okay. And I guess we'll just go through them. So for example, at the very top, 1251 on 6/8, this is something you posted to your Twitter? Yes. Okay. Don't take the bait and repost that. Whatever that means. What were you trying to say there? I was saying don't repost the video. Don't repost that video. Any video that may come across as it's posted to be Megan in that position, don't repost it. Okay, why were you saying that? I was saying that because you have someone who has already been through a lot and you come out reposting this video. That could be something that could make people look at her crazy. So don't repost it. I just felt like it would be stupid. Now, pause. There's another clip of her then saying, hey, don't post that video. Go do what I did. I went and liked it and tweeted, go to my likes. I have the audio clip. Anyway, let's continue. I was saying that because you have someone who had already been through a lot. Okay. And you come out reposting this video, that would be something that, could make people look at her crazy. So I don't repost it. I just felt like it would be stupid. I mean, it's damaging for her that to be out there, right? The video, I don't know. She's pretty promiscuous in her music. But for some people, you never know how people are going to take it. I just didn't think it was a positive thing. So I felt like don't repost it. Whatever way you got to see it, that wasn't something you understood was put out by Megan, right? She didn't choose to have that out there. I couldn't say. You didn't know either way? I didn't know she says, I didn't know where it came from. As far as you knew, she hadn't contested to that image being out there, right? I didn't know anything. Now, pause. You knew that tweet that she posted about, and I think we're going to get into that next, but she remembers that exact tweet that Megan posted out about that was the last day people going to be playing with her. She is also aware of that night when Megan was on tour, how she was crying on stage. She is very aware of that. Girl, miss me with that BS. What the hell wrong with you here? Okay, now calm down. Now calm down. Don't hit that Medea on them. Don't hit that Medea. Calm down. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. So you certainly didn't know that she consented to it. If you didn't know anything, right? I didn't know. She says, I did not know if she had consented or not. Right. You didn't care? I wouldn't say I didn't care. I did not know. Okay. Would that be important to you before you passed it along? I don't feel as though I passed it along, but her response to it would be important. But once again, she's a public figure. She's very famous. The story itself existing, true or not, is still a story. So you can lie about them if they're famous, or at least talk about the lies about them. Objection, argumentative, says Miss Dixon. You can you can discuss conversations. So it was a public topic and we discussed it. So it's not about discussing lying or anything like that. It's just about what is happening in the world. Right. But you start with some accusation, which could be true or false. And then you say, let's talk about whether they're this. That's what you do. Well, not the accusation, it was a video. So it was more so this is supposed to be out and then the conversation around that. Right. And I'll go look at it before we decide if it's still if it's real or fake. Well, we didn't have what she says, well, we wouldn't have been able to decide. We're not Megan. Okay, next one down. 12:45. I think there's some people that wanted to be her anyway. That's what she said. That now this is what Milagro. I'm guessing, assuming this is what the tweet says. I guess they're reading off the page. Next one down. 12:45. I think there's some people that wanted to be her anyway. What did you mean by that? There was someone on my Discord. Now, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Listen to some tea. So she says there was someone on my Discord tagging me and continuing to bring this situation to my attention. And I was annoyed. And so I said, I think there's some people that want it to be her. Like, anyway, like, leave me alone. I was over it. Because once again, I was going back and forth. All right, next one. With the way deep fake and AI be going these days, if it's not her, she should sue whoever made it. That's whatever. On page 6, which is 0006, exhibit 47, 12, 22, does that accurately show what you put out there? Yes. And at the time you did this, had you attempted to find out what Megan's position on the fakeness was? No. At this point, I was still uncertain. I thought about it, very much so. Could be her, but I didn't know. So I said, with the way that things happen, there have been so many things I couldn't discern if they were real or not because of AI technology. So I said, if it's not her, then I think you should pursue something because I don't think that's right to do to people. Right. And if it was you in the video, would you want people passing it along before you heard what you said? If it was true? I understand. Or are you asking me for me or if I was in Megan's position? I'll start with you. I'm a good child. Now, come on, girl. Now, y'all listen to this. I'm a public figure of sorts. I have learned then. She says, I have learned that certain things are concerning you. People are going to talk about it. What would I want them to do? No. Is it going to happen? And do I understand that it happens? Yes. But do you think that there's a lot of laws that are being put around the country, right? About deep fake corn videos? Yes. You know that about, and then it says multiple simultaneous speakers. Objection, it calls for legal opinion. I do not know about that. Objection, it calls for legal opinion. Do you think that somebody who is famous or is a celebrity has to tolerate deep fake corn because of their celebrity? No. That they don't get the protection of that law? I do not believe that. Okay, they're entitled to protection of law just like everybody else, right? Yes. It's not okay to circulate a deep fake corn video of a celebrity just because they're a celebrity, right? I don't think that. I don't think that it is considerate. But in celebrity culture and the nature of it and what it has become, depending on what it is, it's going to be talked about. Because people like you are passing them around and saying, it's okay to talk about this, even if it's fake, right? No, not objection. Assumes facts not in evidence, says Mrs. Dixon. No. Okay, and then she objects again. She says, objection. Assumes facts not in evidence and unduly prejudicial. No. Okay, hold on. I can't. You guys are talking on top of each other. I can't. And then that's when Mrs. Sullivan says, all right. She says, okay, so I got that. That is what it is. Was that your answer? The witness. Could you please ask your question again? He said, I put a new question. Let's go to page 7. Can you read this? It says, I know this ain't this girl in this video getting effed. Please tell me you weren't that damn dumb, Megan. And I ain't no crash dummy, so no, I won't be posting that. She said, I won't be posting it. Y'all know SHIT. So what does that last piece mean? You're making it sound like what? You think you are being set up with this video? If you post it, they're going to come after you? The way that people continue to try to distract me with it, I thought it was odd. Yes, very much so. And so your solution was, I'm not going to post it, but I'm going to like it and send them to my likes, right? Yes, once again, I report on the news. I'm a public figure, a media figure, and it's my job to report on what is going on with the entertainment news. Well, you are not a reporter, are you? I will consider myself that at this point. Okay, and someone in media personality, and I disseminate news. Yes? This is what Milagro says. Have you had any training in journalism? Yes, I would say so. Not formal, not college, but I would say so, yes. Tell me about ethical training, the ethics of journalism. No, not that. Do you know what the ethics of journalism? Do you know if there's ethical issues in doing what you are doing here for journalists? I do not know that. I don't have a background in that, and I'm not aware. But you felt like you could just wing it? Wing what? Putting this stuff out there without knowing whether this was journalistically appropriate? I feel like in my media space, because journalism has shifted, it's not newspapers and writing anymore. It's people like me on camera, on stream, creating shows and stuff like that. So in my space, yeah, I do feel like it was important for me to discuss. Do you think there's any rules about being truthful in your reporting? Of course. Is there any rules about diligence in your reporting? Of course. Is there any rules any rules about being balanced in your reporting? I would imagine so. Any. But when you say rules, I don't have any formal training in those different things. So rules, it was to my discretion. Well, that's what I'm saying. You are trying to invoke, you are saying, oh, I'm a reporter. I have to report. She says, right. And you are saying, but I don't look at the rules of reporting. I don't need to be fair like a reporter. I don't need to get the truth out like a reporter. And then that's when Ms. Dixon chimes in and says, objection, that's assuming and miscategorizing. I can say what I want. I can spread lies and ask people to gossip about it, right? Here go Mrs. Dixon. Objection, argumentative. The witness. That's not what I'm saying at all. I've stated before, I'm not a journalist. Now, girl, what did you just say a few moments ago? Okay, let me keep reading. As I stated before, I'm not a journalist. In an effort to give respect to people who have taken the time to go to school and do the work, I am in the media field and I do report on news. I was contracted through Station Head to do that. That's what I did since 2019 with my position with On Site. When I trademarked my name in my mob radio, it was for broadcasting news, entertainment, radio hosting, all of that. So yes, it was, in my opinion, my duty to report on what was happening. All right. And in this, on page 7 that we're looking at here, the first sentence, at the time you wrote that, were you uncertain as to whether the video was authentic, was made by Meg? You didn't know one way or another, right? I didn't know, right? Okay, let's go to the next page. All right, at the top it looks to be, is this a tweet from, is that from Megan, that tweet? Yes. All right. And you had this somewhere in your computer and you pulled it into this PDF, yes? No, I went, she says no, I went on her Twitter. Now pause. I thought you said you blocked her. Now this is my opinion, my opinion. I have that audio clip of October of last year when she first got the lawsuit. Do y'all remember? It was when she had started to attend Camp Mob. In that exact same video, she then brought up that she understand the clause to not delete evidence. I have the audio of that as well. And also in that exact same audio, she brought up, it was somebody in her audience had made a comment. Didn't you block Megan? And she said, yeah. She says, let me know that so I can have that for my records. That's in that audio as well. I have the audio. But anyway, let's continue. Okay, and just read that into the record. As read, it's really sick how y'all go out of the way to hurt me when you see me winning. Y'all going too far. Fake ass SHIT. Just know today was your last day playing with me, and I mean it. Okay, and there's two of them here. Why did you, what's the bottom one? Is this different? It looks to be the same, maybe just a screenshot at a different time. I don't, it's just another screenshot of it. I don't know. Okay, and why did you put these two in your compilation about the deep fake video? I don't know. I guess just to include everything relative to it and what she said, I guess. I don't know. Okay, and this is still the same day, right? June 8th. Uh-huh. And she calls this fake SHIT, right? I see that there, yes. Okay, and did that slow you down at all? By the time that she posted this, I had already deleted my post, and I had already stated that don't post it. So there was nothing left for me to do. Uh-huh. Okay, there was nothing else left for you to do. Right. And in terms of, I mean, what else that I would have done in that instance? I don't know. Okay, next page. Oh nine, same day, June 8th, 256. Is this a copy of a later tweet by you that day? Yes. Next page with 10 at the bottom. What is this 301? What is this? What are you trying to do here on page 10? There were different people that once Megan tweeted that tweet that listed here, just know today was your last day playing with me. There were people online saying that she was going to sue me. And I said, I don't know who she's talking to. And I reposted my previous tweet to emphasize, to re-emphasize that I wasn't trying to cause her harm or do anything against her. But pause. Did you or did you not say in that station head when you were discussing go to my likes and watch how much you can make it jump up? This that exact same video. And then you then said in the actual station head clip, you then said, I can see if I can ask somebody, is this Megan? Because she basically done effed everybody. We got the audio clip. But anyway, let's continue. Well, you said some stuff like that, but you also sent them to go look at it, right? No, once again, I told them to go look at the post. Objection asked and answered. And on the page that we skipped, my tweet, may I read it? If you want. y'all be about to bust a nut, hoping the B sues me for these synthetic wigs. I call that bait from the jump. It's not illegal to say go to my likes. Okay, you have to read that slower. She says, I'm sorry. So they read that again, which I'm girl, let's skip over the chat. Okay, so it's not illegal to say go to my likes. So that social media users could see what I was referencing. Who posted the tweet an hour before it was brought to my attention. Oh, and I even stated that she should pursue charges against whoever did it because that's so wrong to do to people. I never redistribute the content or asserted that it was her in it. Now, you never asserted that it was her in it and enjoy y'all's day. Now, that's what she said in her tweet. But for those of us that know, we know. All right, let's continue. Okay, prior to saying in this tweet, it's not illegal to say go to my likes. Did you make any effort to find out if that was true? If it was, in fact, illegal to do what you did? Once again, I was literally saying go to my likes. So when I say it's not illegal to go to my likes, I'm literally referencing tweeting go to my likes. I get it. I'm not aware of that being illegal. Well, you are being sued for it being illegal, right? No, I'm being sued because y'all are accusing me of promoting the video. If I were to tweet go to my likes right now, I don't believe that I would be sued. You've been sued for saying go to my likes after you liked, she says, a particular post y'all accusing me. A video that violates the statute. Objection. So you've been sued for promoting that video by liking it and telling people to go to your likes. You understand that, right? That's this case. I understand the accusation, but as I told you earlier, I don't agree with it. And I was commenting directly on literally saying go to my likes. I get it. And I'm just asking you, did anybody tell you that it wasn't illegal? You were asserting it's not illegal, right? I'm asserting that it is not illegal to literally say go to my likes. I'm not aware of that being a law in the country that you can't say go to my likes. Okay, but if before that had a liked a oh, okay. Let me make sure I didn't say this. Okay, but if before that you had liked a kitty corn picture and it was on your likes for some awful copyright violation, you understand indirectly you get to the same place, right? Objection. No, I don't understand that. I think that's a misstatement of the law. All right. Did you get any legal advice before you decided to like the Meg video and then tell people to go to your likes? I didn't like the video. I liked the post. And no. Okay. See, now in my opinion, this is my opinion alone. Do y'all feel like she's getting they trapping her? They asking certain questions because they gonna trap her. Do y'all feel like that? Now, this is just my opinion. Okay, let's continue. And then on page 11, all right, you can read here. It says, someone said a supposed compromising video of Megan hit this. I'm sorry, hit the timeline, which people are now saying is a deep fake. Milagro remarked it, well, she remarked on it without reposting it. And people are big mad because Milagro brought attention to it. And he said, and what did you respond? I said, and it's not illegal. Suck it. Why did you say suck it? It's like leave me alone. Were you concerned at all at this point? It looks like it's a deep fake, right? People are saying that. And did you cause more views, right? Did you have any remorse? Objection, cause for speculation. I didn't believe that caused more views to the video. I couldn't speak to that because if you did you have any remorse? Ask me that question again. If it turns out that we can show that the likes caused traffic and more people viewed the video, and you were the source of that, do you have remorse for having done that? I'm not the source of that, and I cannot be remorseful for something I did not do. Now, pause. Pause. You were on station head audio recording, sitting up here saying, watch how much this post jump up. I just went and liked it and tweeted, go to my likes. Watch how much this jumps up. Watch. We have what do you mean? Okay, well, let's continue. See, she about to get trapped. They about to trap her. She just digging herself a hole. In my opinion, this is my opinion alone. All right, let's continue. Okay, in fact, your attitude is suck it, right? Meg, suck it? No, I'm not speaking to Meg here. There are people on the timeline. There were people on social media attacking me. So I was telling them to leave me alone. You were telling them to suck it, right? I'm telling the public to leave me alone, right? He says, right. Because you did what you did and you were comfortable with it? No, because I felt like they were looking for something and then waiting for that moment. Okay, we're done with that. Is there can we make for he says, I don't know how this goes. I'm sorry. Make comments about like what's included here, like this right here. No. Okay. I mean, your lawyer can ask you questions at the end, I guess. It's unconventional, but not until I'm done. And then they're looking at Exhibit 48. They marked that for identification. All right, so let's look here. He says, all right, I have marked as Exhibit 48 a copy of a multi-page document. It says responses at the top. And I think the easiest thing is, I'll just ask you, Ms. Cooper, do you know what Exhibit 48 is? It looks like my responses I gave to my lawyer, I think. Okay. And then I'm going to, it doesn't have pages. I'm going to go to, it's about 2/3 on the way in. And it has D, lack of bank account, and then lack of deep fake video documents. Okay. Are you on that with me? Yes. Okay. Did you prepare the text for this page? Yes. Okay. Is this trying, he says, and this was trying to just to get down your account of how it went, right? Yeah. And answer the questions. Okay. If you look in this whole section, E, about the deep fake, I want you to read through that. All of E. Tell me when you've got through that. It should just be, it should just be really a page. Oh, just E? I'm sorry. All right, so let me just do, I'm going to ask a new question. On the page we've seen looking at that has the heading E, lack of deepfake video documents. Do you see that? Uh-huh. Right here. It's in the middle. It's not numbered. I'm going to it. I think it's I think it's before that. It's about 7 or 8 pages from the back. E, lack of deep fake video documents. Is this it is this? Sorry. It might be missing from this packet actually. I don't think I see it either. What is it? I don't think her has that particular page. I don't feel like I'm seeing it. Here, just try another one. Okay. It wasn't a it wasn't a trick. I think what I'm going to ask you to do, Miss Cooper, is if you look under E, that we talked about, we just read that text to the end where it says attached to the direct links, strike it. I'll read it. Okay. Bottom line on the page we've been looking at, it says, quote, I was tagged directly on a Discord server that I manage by a user named Cam K, whose real name is Alejandro Burnett. Let me stop there. Baby, that's some tea, y'all. That's some tea, y'all. That's some tea, y'all. Listen, we got some tea right here. So does that you wrote that, right? Yes. And is it correct still? True. And do you know this person, Alejandro Burnett, other than through this? I don't know him personally. No. How do you know his real name? Because someone posted it online. They posted some mug shots of him online, and I saw his name in the mug shot. Okay. And the guy from you recognize the mug shot? Yes. And I believe confirmed it was him, but I definitely recognize him in the photo. Okay, and he is one who put out this video of Megan. He is the one who posted these things to my Discord that I brought my that brought my attention to it. Okay, and the things he posted to the Discord are the things that are listed before or listed below there are shown below here. Yes. All right. So the first one is him saying, "You seen this?" And it has a link to something, right? No, that link is that he says that link is to that post. Okay. Then the same thing. Yes. This next one. And then down towards the bottom, he is saying, "Hell, yeah, it's her. Yeah, I hadn't seen the video, so he says it shows this." Cause I was like, I'm not clicking it. I'm not putting that on my phone. And so he was telling me, "Oh, this is what it is because I didn't look at it." And so, what is this? This is a picture of the front page of the video link. This is when I believe he goes to Bimbella. And when he went to Bimbella, this is what his screen showed. And he took a screenshot of that and posted that on Discord. Uh-huh. Okay. And do you know what Alejandro's do you have any reason to believe he is a reliable or unreliable source of truth besides the mug shot? Right. I don't know. Is he a criminal? I don't know his background. Do you have do you know anything about his trustworthiness? I don't know him personally. All I know is what he has presented online, so I don't know. Okay, did your lack of knowledge about him, other than the mugshot, cause you to doubt the veracity of the video? Were you skeptical because of where it was coming from? No, not necessarily, because many people were bringing it up. It wasn't just him. He just brought it to my attention. Right. And did he say why? I think because people expect me to speak on trending topics. Okay, and before he put this out, there was no trending topic, right? It was trending. That's how it was brought to my attention. It became trending when you posted it or when you directed people to it. Objection calls for speculation, says Ms. Dixon. Hold on, let me get some more water, y'all. Oh, that water good. Ooh, water moist now. Y'all heard that moisture? Okay, we can smack the top of that lip now. All right, let's go, y'all. No, it was already a conversation. There were already Reddit threads about it. There were already, I believe, I may saw it a day after it was put online. Actually, I saw it significantly like after. Okay, I got to start going faster. 39. For the record, I marked Exhibit 49, a one-page document. It's got Bates MG494. So they marked it for identification, right? So let's scroll. And I'll ask you, Miss Cooper, if you recognize what's being depicted in Exhibit 49. I do. This is the user, the Instagram user who sent me a link that I was able to see the whole video from. Okay. And prior to that, do you know who this person is? Okay, so y'all write this down. Write this down. Now, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. So y'all, who is LV Dunn X Paris? That was the Instagram account that she's saying sent her the video. Okay, let's continue. No. All right. So no prior communication with him. I believe that this person has sent me trending topics before, so there may have been a couple of other messages that were maybe some stories or links to stories. Can you remember any of the other stories? No. And the person deleted their page, so there you go. They deleted their page, y'all. I couldn't go back and see. No. Were any of the prior stories involving deep fake corn videos? No. Okay, do you remember subject matter of the prior stories he may have tipped you off on? I don't, but I can tell even by this right here that this is scrolled down to the bottom. So there's something above that. So no, I don't know what that was, but oh, I see. Yeah. So he sent me something before. And what is this Twitter? This is Instagram. Instagram? direct messages. And so, just so I understand, so at the top where it says someone just sent me this link to MTS SEX tape, who wrote that? Him or you? He did. And is it a guy? Do you know? Is it a man? I don't know. Do you know anything about the trustworthiness of LV Dunn X Paris? I don't. Okay. Now pause. Y'all, let's pause real quick. How come it seems to me, since the duration of the video from last June up until now, there's been quite a bit of accounts either had been suspended or just vanished? Hmm. Y'all write that down. Write that down. Put it in your notebook. All right, let's continue. Can we please pull up 43A? So they're getting ready to pull up 43A, and it is 50A and 50B. Okay, so he's talking right here. Okay, so we're on page 238 of 600. All right, so first of all, is that you that we just heard talking? Yes. Okay, and you said all that stuff we just heard? Yes. Okay, and who was the audience? Were you on, what platform were you on? This is Station Head. Okay, is it on anywhere else? No. Anything? Is Discord involved in this? No. And is this before or after you said check my likes? I couldn't say. Is based on listening to it. Is this when you were seeing the video for the first time? Baby, they got the clip, girl. Ooh, this is juicy. They got the clip.
Ooh, that was juicy.
Ooh, ooh. All right, so hey, they got the clip that I was referring to. All right, so I wonder who sent that to them, but they got the clip. All right, so let's continue. So probably sent people to your likes after this? No, because the link that I was referencing is on Instagram. So it was something completely different than what was on Twitter. I understand, but timing wise, I couldn't say. Station head. I mean, there's not a lot. I don't know what time it was. I don't know. Do you? Do you agree that what we just heard was you looking at it for the first time? You were reacting to it for the first time, right? It seemed like that, yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, at the end, you say, I'll never post that to my MF and page. Do you see that? Yes. Why? Why wouldn't you post that on your page? Because at that point, it felt like that's when I would get in trouble. Okay, y'all listen to this. Some tea. Y'all listen to tea. Y'all listen to this. Okay, so this is some tea right here. And what would you get in trouble for? I don't know. I don't know the rules around like posting pornography or stuff like that. But I didn't feel like that would be something smart for me to do. Okay, how did you get from there to like it and then tell people to go to my likes? Because once again, it wasn't for me about if it was her or trying to make it her or anything or trying not to make it her. It was about Megan, one of the biggest stars in the world, is involved in something or not. Is it completely fake and she's not involved? It wasn't about if it was fake or not. When something happens with a celebrity, people care about the celebrity. A certain celebrity could eat a sandwich and people care. But I eat a sandwich, they don't care. Okay, but something could say that the celebrity unalived everybody. I'm rephrasing. Y'all see that word, but I'm just going to, rephrase it. Everybody in their neighborhood, right? Uh-huh. And you can start talking about that. Like, who knows? Did they or they a murder without even checking if it really happened, right? That's one choice. And that's the choice you made about this. No, the way that things work for me is that when something happens with the celebrity, regardless of who's behind it, the fact that it happened is part of our culture. It's a part of bigger conversations. So the aftermath is another story. The fact that these things happen, it's worthy to discuss. If it happens to the right person, if the right person, if the person has enough notoriety, you know that they're a big star like Megan. She's huge. Anything Megan does, people want to talk about it. and you think it's okay, even if it's a lie, to talk about it. I think it's okay to discuss public matters about celebrities. And you think even lies, if someone throws them out there, turn them into public matters with anyone who that can repeat and talk about? I think that we have a lot of entertainment shows, and the culture loves trending topics in entertainment news. Okay, so if lying is good for ratings, go for lying? Well, I did not lie because I didn't assert or deny it was her. Now, pause. I wish they would have kept playing that entire video because as she's continuing to talk, as she just saw that video, I don't think he looked fugazi. Y'all remember that? She said, I wouldn't post that on my MF page, but I would put it on my MF and Discord though. Because if you think that I'm a whoop de whoop de whoop de whoop de hell no, but I will tweet about it. Hold on. And then she went to tweet about it. And then that's when on another clip, she then says, I just went and tweeted and liked it. Go to my likes. Watch how much it jump up. Watch this. But we're going to continue. Right. And you were hoping to shock in the attention of something like that would inure to your benefit. That people would, through you, would see that very interesting thing, right? No, I was actually kind of annoyed because, like I said, I was preoccupied. And I just felt like it was targeted and that I was basically being set up to do something stupid. Uh huh. Okay, and this misinformation thing, we talked about that before. And then you were just commenting here, you don't like their features or something. What is misinformation? It was a spin on me being accused of spreading misinformation throughout the trial. It was a play on misinformation. I made it misinformation. Okay, yeah. I thought you got that from your friend. No? Got what? The TikTok with misinformation? Oh no, that's what I changed the name to. She said I got that TikTok from Mike, yes, but I changed the name to misinformation. That was the handle at the time. All right, but the handle originated with you, the misinformation handle. Yeah, yes. Okay, and then you gave. Okay, so and then he gave you his TikTok. You didn't keep the name. You changed the name. When he gave me the TikTok, I changed it to misinformation from whatever he had. The other misinformation page was my Instagram. Okay, you say here, and you would have been recording? No, 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 no. And who would have been recording? Yep, I got we got to play that video, by the way. Okay, he says, what do you mean by that? In the video, it looked like Megan and the other party were very close. Per the angle, I was trying to figure out, like, what is this setup? So I was like, well, who would have been recording? I'm just speaking, like, as I'm thinking, speaking out loud, right? And you were saying that's another reason this doesn't seem right, right? Like, who would have been in that spot with the camera? Not necessarily, because, like I said, I believe her to be a promiscuous person. So it wasn't the fact that there couldn't have been someone else in the room. It was just me literally asking who would have been recording. Like, what is this? What am I looking at, basically? Uh-huh. Okay. Can we please pull the video tied to 44A? So we're going to skip all this. So, y'all, this exhibit 51A and 51B that they did swear into identification. Okay, so let's go right here. Okay, I think that's the end. Is that your voice that we heard on the audio that is in 51A? Yes. What setting was that on? Where are you speaking there? Station head. Station. So she said that was station head. Station head. Uh huh. And what? Explain for me. They must have meant two, but I guess it's a typo. But I'm gonna read it how it's shown on here. Explain for me what the distinction is. You said I wouldn't put it on my page. Uh huh. But I put it on my Discord. Bam, girl. There, y'all some tea. Y'all listen to tea. Y'all listen. Got some tea. Okay, so as y'all just heard, but I'll put it on my Discord. We talked before about the copyright takedown and stuff. What's the difference in your mind? In my mind, Discord is private, and there are different rooms that have different accesses to them. So you can make some rooms for her, and then she pauses. It says you can cut them off. So whoever you want in them, whoever you don't want in them, you can set them up that way. So I don't consider it social media because it's very controlled and it's not wide open to everyone. And my Discord is locked. She says, and my Discord is locked. So I don't personally consider it social media. Now, y'all listen to this response. Y'all get your notebook out, write this down. He says, but real people look at what you post on Discord, right? She says, the community members. He says, yes. Well, she says community members, yes. So he repeats what she says. The community members, yes. She says, and you want your community members to look at what you post there, right? Yes, I do. He said, that's the point. All right. And then, do you guys want to take a break? We'll take a 5-minute break. Now, they take a break from 2:49 to 3:04. Okay, we're gonna start right here. So it looks like as they're coming back, they marked 52 for identification. Okay, I'll ask you, Miss Cooper, can you tell me what this shows in Exhibit 52? This shows a screenshot of my post that said, go to my likes, and it says, this post has been deleted. It was a screenshot that was shared to the close friends on Instagram page. All right, so we looked before at this tweet, right? That said, go to my likes, yeah? And you took a picture of it, screenshot of the tweet, saying go to my likes, and then sent it somewhere else, not on Twitter? No. So what happened was I did a show the next day, I believe, talking about this whole situation. And from my reference, I put this in my close friends for me to look at, like while screaming live, so I can relate, so I can reference it. All right. So who is the audience for this Exhibit 52? Not the original tweet. This screenshot, Ms. Right. It's okay. Yeah, my close friends has me in it. So I have 2 Instagram pages. I have MilagroGramz and my blog page. And so I am the only person in the close friends on both pages because I use my close friends to post things that I'm going to want to talk about on my show. So I'm the audience on both papers. Now pause. My mind, if my mind plays correct, it may have been on Station Head. Lipstick Alley, how y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Can y'all go and check? Because I do recall a conversation about the close friend on Instagram. Could y'all find that particular Station Head clip for me? Because if my mind's like an elephant at times, but could y'all go see if y'all can find that? I think I know there was something pertaining to. Could y'all look for that for me? Thank you so much. Okay, let's continue. So he says, like, bookmarking it, so to speak. That's what she says. And then he says, and where is close friends a category on social media? Yes, close friends is a category on Instagram where you can you can add whom you wish to see private things. It's not public. Got it. Okay, and you have close friends on Instagram. Every user has an option to use close friends. Got it. And in your case, did you exercise that option to add people to your close friends? I just added myself. Right. And the reason in there is you. Yeah. And so you're saying you took a screenshot to go to my likes tweet, uh-huh, and sent it to yourself. I posted it on the blog page. Yes. In the post close friends. So when you did that, would anybody besides you see it? No. So you did it to yourself. Effectively, does anybody else have access to this close friends? No. On Instagram? No. So it's just literally, you see the bars at the top? It's like a story. So it only stays up for a certain amount of time. So it literally is just a post. And I'm the only one that can see it. And what was the purpose of doing that? Because the next day, after everything happened on the internet on June the 8th, I wanted to discuss the situation. So I posted it to be able to reference it on my show. And was it going to be there the next day or it goes away? No, it goes away after 24 hours. So you could, so how would that help you the next day? I mean, were you afraid you were going to forget that you tweeted go to my likes the day before? No, it had been deleted. The post had been deleted. So it didn't exist anymore. So the only way they would see it, it is from a screenshot. That's why I posted the screenshot because when I was talking about it, I would go back and show them what I originally said. Oh, I see. Yeah. And did you do that? Yes. So when was that? The next day? I believe so. All right, I got it. Okay, so part of talking about the video the next day, the situation more so, yeah. All right. What what in your mind on June the 8th was the situation? The situation was just the idea that Megan was tied to the tape, not necessarily if it was her or focusing. I'm sorry, focus on the tape itself. It was more so the fact that this was a topic at all. You get to just say, maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I don't know, but let's talk about it. You speak about trending topics. I mean, like I said, even if it's a flat out lie, if it's trending, we'll talk about it. I'll spread the lies because it's trending. Well, it's not about spreading any narratives. It's not about being here or there. It's just about the fact that someone someone who has a lot of notoriety is involved in something. And because of the great interest in her, people want to discuss it. But when you say involved in something, you include they actually did it or somebody completely made it up and said they did it. For you, those are two different things to talk about the same way, right? You don't care if it really happened. That's not true. I the way that I so she was stuttering as y'all can see. So then he chimes in. You would still talk about it without knowing that. You don't need to confirm if before it you start talking about it. There are some instances where, depending upon the situation, you may speak about it. Some things are so outlandish that you don't. But because I believe Megan to be promiscuous, and I feel like it was very possible it was her. So to me, when it was brought to my attention, I felt like it was likely enough that it could be her, that it was worth mentioning. That is this conversation online. Likely enough. Okay. Is that 50-50? I couldn't give you a percentage, but based on her raps, and she has asserted that she loves sex, sex, y'all, and she's very, sexual and stuff like that. I thought it was possible that it could be her, because everyone who thinks they way or is that way puts their stuff out on the internet. Like I said, they're naked pictures. Megan to me is different because she's very open and a lot of times is sanctity clad and bending over and twerking and doing a lot of suggestive things. So again, it wasn't far fetched that it wasn't possible. That it was possible. Sorry. You were willing to take the risk that if it was fake and it got out there and you promoted it a little bit, she's a celebrity. Tough. No, I do not feel as though I promoted it. And like I said, for me, my focus was more on the situation itself, not the video. Do you think you are in this category of famous people where people should be free? If there's a deep fake corn video of you, you say, "Hey, it would be her. Pass it around. Go look at my Discord. Let's have a discussion about whether she really did it." I I under no circumstances liken myself to a celebrity like Megan. She's leagues ahead of any type of notoriety that I have. But if you think at a certain level of celebrity, fake, deep fake corn videos are just the cost of being out there, well, what I will say is, even at my level of notoriety, there are a lot of conversations about me, and I wish people wouldn't have, but they do. Once you get enough attention, it happens, unfortunately. Okay, and you think that's just life? That includes deep fake corn videos? I think that celebrity culture has a lot of different layers to it, and it's unfortunate that people are interested in. And are you contributing to the more negative version of today's culture or a more positive version by doing deep fake horns? I would say more positive. Now, girl, now this is my opinion, y'all. This is my opinion. Are you sitting up here saying that you contribute to a more positive version of today's culture? So then he chimes in and he says, you think it's positive to culture in our national conversation to circulate deep fake corn videos? Here go Miss Dixon. Objection mischaracterizes the phrase. I do not feel as though I promoted any deep fake video. So for me, once again, it's about the topic. So the way that I would navigate that conversation is bring it up, and then I would discuss why I think it's compromising and why young women maybe should not do things like that or maybe not get themselves filmed. But pause. Haven't you gotten on Instagram and have put yourself in compromising positions, taking pictures on that couch of yours? Now, this is my opinion alone. This is my opinion. Anyway, let's continue. I always find a way to bring it back to the community and have a talk about what is happening in the culture. Right. Okay. Rough world for young women out there. Could you please pull up the document, the audio titled 61A, which we want to mark as 53A. So they do 53A and 53B. That's marked for identification. Okay, let's go. Before we start that, I want to ask you, Miss Cooper, have you, I know you said that even at your level, celebrity, you have to put up with some things. Have you ever been depicted in a fake video in a sexual way, to your knowledge? I have, not in the video, like a still photo. So someone actually took photographs of me and my children and put them on Craigslist ad and accused on a what? Craigslist. Okay. And they said that I would perform sex acts for a price. And so I had to call the police and file a solicitation of minors. So I've had a situation that was unsavory, yes. When was that? Maybe 2019-ish. Okay, and somebody put a picture of you and your children, yes, on Craigslist and said you have sex with the people for a price. They said that I would perform sex acts in front of my children for a set price. And they listed other things, services, and put a price to it. How did you find out about it? People brought it to my attention. Okay, and you went to the police? Yes. And what happened? I filed a police report. Okay, did you believe what was going on there was criminal? Yes. Why? For certain, my children were in the ad dealing with things, something sexual. Okay, and it wasn't true? No. And what did the police do? They took the report. It's social media. So I don't know if they went and got the guy. I don't know what happened after that. I just know that I reported it. I got a report number. A police officer came out and all of that. I did what I could. And you never found out who did it? I know who did it. Yes. You know who did it. I gave the police their name. Oh, yeah, I went online and looked and I investigated and I found out who it was. And who was it? I only know his handle. His name is Brizzy. I don't know him personally. Brizzy. Brzy? Yes. And and as part of that, did you find out anything more about Brizzy? Brizzy went to a blogger, and then this is how I found out by the public. The person went to Tasha K, and that we mentioned that he says that we mentioned earlier, and left a comment and said there's a YouTuber in a situation with her kids, something of that nature. You follow up with me, basically. So I went, so I sent the message to the content creator in an email, and I told her you should be mindful because I will be pursuing, I'll follow up with the police. This person is not being honest. So run with that story at your own risk, basically. Because if you do, then you are asserting something that is not true. And I'll do what I need to do necessary after that. So you've been on the other side of this same situation. People are talking about putting things out there that you say is untrue. Yeah. Yeah, I have. Well, right. Yeah, I have. And I didn't understand it. Are you saying the person involved in the SCX with in front of your kids ad is the same person who posted the Megan video? The cam guy? No, not at all. Oh, Brizzy. The person Brizzy, which is spelled Brzy. Yes, but didn't you tell somebody else was attached to it? No. To what we were talking about? We're talking about the situation with my children, me and my children. Yes. That's only concerning Brzy. Okay, and that's an internet name of a person you don't know, right? Is there some other person involved in this? To my knowledge, it was just that person. But who? It says you said somebody was going to post it, and you said if you do that, oh, a blogger named Tasha K. All right. Why is that name familiar? And then that's when she chimed in. Well, he said, "Is that the person that?" And then that's when she chimed in and said, "It came up earlier about Cardi B defamation case. She's the one that got sued for defamation." Okay, and she was going to post the video, the Craigslist video, or the Craigslist ad. I couldn't say. She says, all I saw was he reached out to her publicly. I didn't see her. She wrote back and said, email me or something of that nature, which to me signaled that she was interested. So that's when I emailed her and I said, you don't know what you're stepping into. And I will be, going forward with going to the police, something in that nature. All right. And the her in what you just testified is Tasha K. Uh-huh. So somehow you became aware that she was in touch with BRZ Ra. Uh-huh. About the video involving your family or about the ad? About this ad, the Craigslist ad? Yes. And on social media, you reached out to Tasha K and said it's fake via email? Via email? Uh-huh. Did you say it's fake? I don't know if I would have said it's fake, but I definitely let her know that there are no truths in this person's claims and I will be moving forward. What does that mean? How does she interpret that? What did you want her to take from that? I wanted her to she says I wanted her not she says I wanted her to not platform that information because once again this is stepping into territory where this is solicitation of a minor, and that's in what it was looking like to me, because I asked around like what I can do because I wanted to take action, and someone told me, that could be solicitation of a minor. So that's when I stepped out to the police. She said that's when I reached out to the police. And when they told me that, I told her, listen, I will be moving forward. If you involve yourself in this, understand I'm not going to just sit by. I'm going to move around. And what does that mean? Move around. Bring charges? That means going to the police and trying to do whatever I can to stop this. Because it's painful for you and your family, right? Children shouldn't be involved. It was just ridiculous. Even if it wasn't your children, it's a it's a fake sexual thing being out there, right? It's not true. Right. It's not true. Lies about who you are that way. No, who you are that way. Yeah. It's a lie. Uh-huh. And you were very bothered by that. Yeah. It's disgusted by it, of course. You wanted to bring criminal charges if you could. Uh-huh. And this Tasha K, did she post the ad? No, not to my knowledge. How was she doing? Well, how was she going to platform it? She has a YouTube page with over 1 million subscribers at this point. So I expected her to do a video of it. You think she is going to put a video about having sex in front of your kids on YouTube? No. I think she was going to discuss the situation. She was going to say she was going to like it on Twitter and send them to the likes. Quite possibly. Like you did with Megan's video, like I did with the post. Because once again, Tasha, it doesn't matter necessarily what happened or didn't. It's the fact that this person is involved in this. So I definitely at least expected her to talk about it. So that's why I reached out to her because I felt like you would go and talk about this because you thought she had the same rules as you, which it is, which is, it doesn't matter if it's true or false. If it's famous, we get to talk about it and say who knows. Objection, says Miss Dixon. I think it's because she understands what a lot of us do in the business, which is something happens to a particular person. The audience wants to hear about it, and so you discuss it. He says, okay. She says, I'm sorry. You think that's okay? The world should be like that? It can be a lie. Yo, well, oh, this is what he says, y'all just need to got some tea, y'all, some tea, y'all. Listen. So then he says, you think that's okay? The world should be like that? It can be lie your ass off, talk as much as you want. If they're famous and it's interesting, let's throw it out there, repeat it, and let them deny it. No, I don't think that. I just think that we are living in a world where celebrities have a lot of influence over our communities. So it is important to discuss what is happening. Even lies? Why should we discuss something that never happened? Because some Yahoo in the middle of nowhere just made it up? Why does that make it relevant? Because somebody put it out a lie? Well, I don't get to determine what is relevant because the social media and what they make trend determines what is relevant. But even if it wasn't Megan in the video, like I stated in some of my tweets, AI is a problem. So even if it wasn't about the video, then she needs to sue whoever made the video. What the person that put it online, Bimbella, it self promoted it. They hosted it. The person that hosted it on Twitter with the actual link, they posted it. So me saying go to my likes, when you have a website hosting it, when you have the person and not even attempting to go after the people is interesting. Did Tasha K say that to you? No. Did she say, why don't you go after the person that made the Craigslist ad? Leave me alone? Now listen to y'all. Look, get y'all pen and paper out, write this down. They trapping her. She getting trapped up. No, that's what Milagro replies. Then she says, I just want to talk about it. Did they say that to you? No. That's would be That's the same as your position, though, right? I didn't make it. I'm just going to talk about it. Right. And had she talked about it, then what would have been her prerogative? And I would have to accept it because this is Milagro saying, right? And had she talked about it, then that would have been her prerogative. And I would have had to have accepted it because I would have had some type of neurotic. There's nothing we can do about that. Has any lawyer ever told you that's the real world? Like that's 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 actually the law? Objection, that assumes facts not in. Why do you think that? I mean, that's actually not true. It's a mischaracterization of the law. Why do you think that's okay? That you can excuse stuff that, at least on paper, is illegal by saying that's our culture? I don't. I'm not saying anything is okay. All I'm telling you is that I feel like you are focusing on the video itself and then trying to make it a focal point and saying that that's what it's about. I'm focusing on promoting the video. Right. And that's what she says, right? So then he says, if it just sat and nobody ever watched it, that's one thing. As the more people say, hey, look at this. Go look at my thing. That has an immediate effect, right? You don't unsee that, right? For me, that's not my focal point. My focal point is a celebrity is tied to something and it happened. Let's discuss what is happening. But it didn't happen, right? In this case, it did happen because the video was put out, regardless if, oh, I see the underlying thing. But it's a lie and it's fake, but it's out there. Once again, that's not my focal point. My focal point is that, and then he chimed in and said, okay. And she said, it's attached to her name. He says, okay. So I think the judge is going to decide in this case whether that's okay. Miss Dixon says, absolutely. He says, okay, what is next? Can we play the clip? So they play the clip, y'all. A video clip was played. All right, on page 4 of this. Well, first of all, you just heard what that audio recording was. That you on the recording? Yes. And this is 53. This is 53. Okay, that's you. Um, and you said everything that we heard there, and that what platform and what setting? I I believe that was YouTube. Okay, and what are you talking about? The fact that all these questions you asked were answered by a sworn declaration that said the bullets were in evidence, the cases are in evidence, the gun is in evidence, right? You acknowledge that eventually, that some things were addressed, yes. And then that's when the court reporter asked for clarification. Addressed, I'm sorry. Okay, some things that you said there's no bullets and there's no casings and there's no nothing. And then all of a sudden, the guy who's in charge of the evidence locker says, it's right here. Yeah. Well, I think it's really important to note that TMZ, there she go, trying to talk about somebody else, Chad. TMZ and other outlets and the courts said that the bullet fragments was missing, not me. I just repeated what was posted. Show me where the court said that. When I went to trial, they said the bullet fragments were missing. I think we talked earlier about the fact that everybody in the courtroom saw the evidence, right? Maybe you weren't there that day. I was there that day. Okay, did you see the x-ray? I saw the x-ray. Did you see the testimony about metallic fragments? Yes, I did see that testimony. Okay, and who said something was missing? I don't recall who exactly said it, but I recall it being said in court that bullet fragments was missing. And prior to that, from the preliminary hearing, actually, that's what it was, the preliminary hearing. Detective Stockner said they were missing, I believe. Okay, but they were at trial? They weren't. No, objection. Excuse me, you didn't need, the best evidence is the transcripts. So you should just, these are trial objections, counsel. No. but you should look. These are not deposition objections. She she can't tell you what was at trial. The transcript says that you are mischaracterizing. Your objection is noted. Okay, so you are mischaracterizing what was said at trial because the transcript doesn't say what you were saying. Your objection is noted. Thank you. Okay, and what we just listened to, you said something's changed. I've now seen, right? Under penalty of perjury, the person who has personal knowledge saying the stuff is all in her possession, right? You acknowledge that. Yes. And you said, had I seen that before, I wouldn't have said what I said, right? If I had seen that before, I would have reported on that because the preliminary transcript existed. So that happened. So it was stated that bullet fragments were missing. All right. So you are saying you can say, make your own interpretation as truth until somebody officially denies it to you. No, what I'm saying is Detective Stogner testified under oath that bullet fragments were missing. It was widely reported by every major outlet in media. I reported on it after the fact, and nothing contradicted that there were never an assertion until this. But this was just made to contradict your false reporting, right? That's the whole point of this. Objection mischaracterizes the witness. I couldn't say that because once again, many people were reporting saying following the trial, many people were reported on this. So I wasn't, and some person lies, and then everyone says, oh, the other person lied too. And we can all lie. Is that what the rule is? No, no. But I would hope that Detective Stogner didn't lie on the stand. Well, the jury believed him, right? He did not go to trial, actually. The jury believed the evidence. Let me ask you a question. Uh huh. Did you think, no, do you believe, are you saying that Megan lied about being shot? I'm saying I don't know. Yes or no? What happened to her? All right. You don't know either way? No, I don't know. Okay, so if you were telling people that she lied when she said she was shot, you don't have a basis for that. A factual basis? Y'all, that's some tea, y'all. That's some tea, y'all. Write that down. If I told people that I think she's lying, I don't know what happened. I think there's been enough contradictory things presented to say maybe. I'm just saying if a jury hears all the evidence, right? Uh huh. Under the rules with the court and concludes that she was shot by Tory, what do you have on the other side besides questions to say she's lying? Objection. It's a compound question, says Dixon. Well, at the end of the day, by Mr. Sullivan, questions are not evidence. Juries are not perfect. And I think that evidence is that of that is the Central Park Five and the thousands of black men that have been released after a court found they were not guilty of a crime. So I understand that the jury reached a verdict and I respect it, but I do not agree with it. And I feel like I have enough reasons to say, hey, I don't think this is right. It should be looked at again. As an opinion? As an opinion, yes. Not as a fact? No, never as a fact. Okay, here you say, actually, I'm going to have to get off my phone. There's something that I want to say, but I can't say it. So meet me on Discord. Do you remember what you talked about on Discord? I don't. What would be something you would leave YouTube to go to Discord for? When I'm speaking about Tory Case, people have their own idea of things. So I didn't want them to make my words his. So I didn't want to do that publicly. I wanted to do it in a more private space. So sometimes I would maybe an extension of this conversation and go give my opinions or talk with the public and see what they thought, bounce ideas, anything like that. And why would it be that that's okay to say on Discord but not on YouTube? Because as someone who is the person giving commentary, people are listening. They may take this and that and make it a thing. So if you don't want to add to it, that's not your goal. Then don't even put it out there for consumption, basically. So y'all give me 1 second. Hmm. Sorry about that. What is an example of something you would be comfortable saying to a smaller group but not all your followers? So in this instance, I personally felt that it was really convenient to all of a sudden this was asserted. So I might go online and say, what do y'all think about it? I don't want it to be public thing. So to make it look like I'm trying to combat it because I've acknowledged it here, but I did want to discuss it so more and see what people thought. So we just went on Discord to talk about it. All right. So you got evidence that the evidence was really there. And you publicly said, well, I have to acknowledge it. So let's go on another channel and I'm going to try to undermine and say maybe it's not true. Why is it so? Like create doubt, right? Now pause. Who got this? It was a station head or who was present? I kind of remember that time, but I can't remember the words. But for some of y'all who was present, do y'all remember when that evidence came out and there was a tweet or something like that? Y'all need to refresh my memory about that. But anyway, let's continue. No, Discord is, like I said, a community space. And I'm not quote unquote on. I'm not, she says, I'm not performing when I'm getting on Discord. So it's more for me to be able to just talk more, like regularly. I still don't understand. Is this setting about the Tory case and about the evidence? What are you talking about? What could you say on Discord? You were saying you don't remember what you said, right? I don't remember. But my point is that when I'm streaming live, anything I say can be taken by the public and then, oh, she said this, she said that. If I don't even want that, don't give it to them. So I just wanted to talk with the community. Like I said, it's a community space. I want to know what they think too. I don't believe that Station Head is a place for that. So I took it to Discord. All right. And reading the last paragraph, and it's saying, you better shut your mouth and shut up. Are you crazy? Does that give you any clue as to what you were going to bring up on the Discord that you couldn't bring up on YouTube? No. I just think it's me just saying out loud, like, just move on. Like, don't, not in this space. Like, don't sit on here and give it here. Well, give it there. Like, give topics here. It sounds like you are encouraging them. This is going to be really juicy. Y'all know that word. Oh.
Ooh, that was juicy.
Come listen on Discord, right? No. It's like your friends. It's like peers. It's a chat room. So hey, let's go chit chat. Okay. 54. Here you go, counsel. So they marked exhibit 54 down. Mrs. Cooper, do you recognize what I've marked as exhibit 54? Yes, I do. Is that a post by you? Yes. Okay. First line, read that. It says, was Megan the Stallion caught trying to deceive the courts again? The answer is yes if you ask her former cameraman, Emilio Garcia. Now, why are you bringing up Emilio Garcia? Okay, and sticking with the first sentence again. Uh-huh. What are you saying was Megan's deception of the court the first time? She's doing something again? How did she deceive the court the first time? Or does it relate to the Tories case? So for me, I said courts with the S. For me, the courts is the court in the courts. That's a system. So when I say the courts, you have the courthouse, you have the people there, you have the police department, you have everybody working in tandem. So when I'm saying was she trying to deceive the courts again? Megan lied too many. She lied to too many people leading up to. He says I get it, but just to go literally what you said, that's what I meant. Okay, I just want to dig. Are you saying, put aside your definition of courts to include the whole world, the court itself, are you saying there was a prior occasion where Megan deceived the court, an actual court? No. All right. So you want people to interpret this to mean if she's ever told a white lie or any lie or anything in her life that's deceiving the court? Are you counting that? No, I was just basically asking if, based on the fact she's lied before to people in position authority, you said courts. That's under oath. That's different, right? That's a crime. Well, for me, when I said courts, I meant the system. I do feel like everyone works together in a way. The police department, the actual court lawyers. Why didn't you say what you were referring to? I did. You said courts. That's what I meant. Lying to a court, deceiving a court is a crime. You are accusing her of a crime. That has bigger consequences in a case like this than saying she lied in an interview about her sex life. Those are two different things. You get that, right? That's why I said courts and not the court. Because if I was speaking directly to, had she deceived the court, then that would have been specific. For me, she's been deceptive to everyone in the process of leading up to everything. I feel like everywhere but the court, maybe, is what you should have said. I don't know that. I said the courts. You're not even sitting here today. You can't say she deceived the court, right? She didn't lie under oath. You just told me you can't say that, right? I cannot assert that. Okay, what is next? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. 55. So they mark Exhibit 55 for identification. Okay, Mrs. Cooper, you testified earlier that you did attend the Tory Lanez shooting trial, correct? Well, right? Yes. And you went every day? Yes. And how long was the trial? I believe it was about 2 weeks. Okay. And you mentioned that you had an exchange with Tory himself on the first day? Yeah? Uh huh. He said, they're going to make me a monster. And you said, no, no, I'm sorry. What did you say back to him? No, they won't. Something to the effect. Now, if y'all don't recall, we just talked about that at the beginning of these transcripts, but let's continue. Okay, and did you have any, other than saying hello and goodbye, did you have any exchanges with Tory himself during the trial? You were in there every day, right? I was in the courtroom with media. No, I don't believe. Now, pause. She said, I was in the courtroom with media. No, I don't believe so. We have the recording. Wasn't she not online bragging about going in with the family, how she was the sister on station head? We have the recording. It's on my page. Just scroll all the way down. You will see it. Now, that's my opinion alone. All right, let's continue. Okay. And you took notes? Yes. And are you generally a big note taker? Yes. Okay. And we have the notebook. Is this like a journal or something? What was the physical thing you were using? Journals. Yes. Okay. And you were just sitting in there with your hand, just writing notes as you go? Yes. Okay. What are other things that you take notes about? Like, do you have any of these journals from over the years or different things that you're not in this way? Because this was the first time I went to a trial, an actual trial, and sat through, and we couldn't have electronics. So my only option was, if I wanted to be able to speak to it, I had to take notes. So that's why I did it in this instance. Got it. And any special approach you had when doing this, or you just wrote down what you were observing as you went? No. I sat there and it was listening and just writing. Okay. So I'm going to see. This does have a, if you flip to, sorry, it's really small, but on the bottom, there's these, it says Cooper and some numbers. And it says, I want you to go to the page that starts, that ends 665. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. And if you look on the left facing page, you will see it says day 4, 1040 at the top. Yes. Okay, and then towards the bottom, you'll see where it says Dr. Herano, 1045. Uh-huh. 2018, Cedar Sinali. Uh-huh. Ortho foot doctor. Yeah. Yes. And then as you see here, they play the video. Oh, never mind. Counsel, can you please watch the mic? Thank you. And you were there in paying attention during the doctor's testimony, right? Yes. And he was talking about this examination and treatment on her foot, yeah? On Megan's foot. I believe that he wasn't the actual doctor, that he was described as someone who was there, but not like the main guy. But he was found by the court to be competent to give evidence about that. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Using the rules we do about what is reliable, he was allowed to address that. Yes. Yes. Okay. There were x ray images, right? Uh huh. You wrote down left foot metallic foreign bodies on heel bone. Yeah. Uh huh. Not glass, metallic. Yeah. Yes. Okay. But below that, it says 1 foot, 4 metallic bodies. Do you see that? Yes. And you heard that testimony, right? Yes. Okay. Did anybody suggest when the doctor was testifying and you were there that her injuries were caused by glass and not bullet fragments? Somebody assert that? I don't believe so. Yeah. And the doctor didn't say that. Not the doctor. Okay, and the did anybody testify at trial that metallic foreign bodies weren't bullet fragments? No. So the only evidence at trial was in her foot were bullet fragments. Yeah. That was the evidence at trial. What was presented at trial was an x-ray, but in court, reasonable doubt is something that you should consider. And because of the pre-existing medical report where it claims she was treated for glass, and because it was stated that the bullet fragments were missing, I felt like it was still questionable. But reasonable doubt is not the same as truth, right? It's the opposite. The jury, based on the evidence that they were bullet fragments, concluded they were bullet fragments and that Tory shot Megan, right? That was the conclusion of the case. I'm an independent thinker, so I understand what the jury said. But when you have a medical report saying that someone was treated for glass, medical professionals that showed up to the scene and said that was glass at the crime scene, at the crime scene. Yeah, but later when everyone looked at everything and they analyzed whether it was glass or metal, they concluded and testified in the case that it was metal. That's what was there in the hospital with the patient in her foot. Yeah. Well, we also saw a video where a glass bottle fell out of the vehicle. It's very possible she stepped on it. But it wasn't in an examination room with the patient inside in her foot, right? That was bullet fragments. That's all you heard from the evidence. Well, a doctor did report that she treated her for glass fragments. Okay, and that doctor, what did he say about the bullet fragments? That doctor said the one you were quoting. Nothing that I'm aware of. Okay, and so the jury accredited this evidence, but you didn't about the bullet fragments. You still thought I have reasonable doubt I can go on, out into the world and sell that. I can't say what the jury thought about, but I know for me, like I said, they showed us an x-ray, but since they could not produce the bullet fragments to us, I felt like it was reasonable to ask it even if it even happened. If it even happened, yes. If you don't like the bullet fragments to prove that, well, if you don't have the bullet fragments, y'all, okay, so let me reread that again. Yes, if you don't have the bullet fragments to prove that that's what it was that you pulled out of her feet, then I do feel like it's fair to ask. Okay, and even fair to say out in public it was glass and not a bullet. Well, I think it's fair to acknowledge what a doctor said, that it was a superficial wound and that he treated her for glass. And also, Megan said she stepped on glass and a glass bottle fell out of the car and she stepped on it. I get all of that. That happened the day of. And then when she was treated with lights and all the medical equipment and everything, the doctor made a conclusive statement about what was there, right? It's not hard to tell the difference between glass and a bullet fragment, right? Objection, this calls for an expert opinion. Well, to me, he says, anyway, you choose to not credit the testimony of the doctor who said these are bullet fragments. You choose not to credit that. I did credit it because I reported it. Okay, okay. Is there anything? Strike that. I need to speed up here. 58, please. He says, I'll just do one of these. 58, please. And they say 56. Oh, sorry, 56. I'm going to object this for lack of foundation. And he says, okay, counsel, I know that maybe you don't do this. Oh, okay, okay, there's some tea. Y'all listen, tea. Y'all listen, guys, some tea here. So it looked like he's clowning her. He says, okay, counsel, I know that maybe you don't do this every day, but this is not an appropriate objection. It's a civil deposition. I understand. You can raise it at trial. You can bring, he says, oh no, this is what she says. You can do them just to preserve it. It doesn't mean she can't answer it, but obviously she doesn't know how to read an x-ray. So I'm just objecting to it. You don't even know what I'm going to ask her, counsel. Anyway, you're talking about if you're going to show her an x-ray, she's not qualified to read an x-ray. Okay, okay, thank you for that. It's my objection. It's noted. I've marked Exhibit 56, which is an x-ray. So they marked that for identification. And I will ask you, Miss Cooper, that you attend the trial. Is the x-rays that you saw at the trial? He said, strike that. Look at the images in Exhibit 56. Have you looked at all the pages? Yes. And you see the sticker at the end. Admitted into evidence? Yes. Okay. And you see on the first page of Exhibit 56, there appears to be some object that was described in your presence as metal on her heel. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Is it your belief that that's glass? I believe it's possible. You think it's possible that this item that the doctor analyzed and said is metal was glass? I believe that because they were in the car. TMZ reported that there was glass in the car. And I believe that there are metallic fragments in tinted windows. So I don't, so she said, so I do think it's possible that could be glass from a window. Maybe a bottle glass, but a tinted window, possibly. But the fact that the person actually took out the item, tested it, and said it's a bullet fragment, you still think it's glass? Objection, speculation, says Mrs. Dixon. Well, the reason why I question it is because they couldn't produce the bullet fragments. Okay, for you? Objection, just to clarify, the doctor said you are talking about is not the one that took it out. That's what we said before. I understand. I understand. But you believe that whatever everyone else concluded, even today, could be she stepped on glass and wasn't shot? Who was everyone else? You are putting that out there even today, right? What? Are you still saying that Megan's injuries were caused by stepping on glass? What I'm saying is, I don't know what happened. Now, pause. Do y'all remember before she got that gag order that she made a post? Remember when DJ Academics showed the actual video footage of the body cam of her stepping out the car, and she commented on it? Do y'all remember that? That was before her Twitter page had got, suspended. But anyway, let's continue. Are you still saying that Megan's injury was caused by stepping on glass? What I'm saying is I don't know what happened, and I think it should be reevaluated. You don't know what happened, but you have said a lot about what happened, right? I said a lot about the evidence that's been presented in her contradictory statements. Okay, this is going to be 57, so they marked it as 57. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, he says, okay, I marked as Exhibit 57 a 3-page document, and it's submitted into evidence sticker on the last page. And I'll ask you to look at all 3 pages. Okay. Okay. Were you paying attention in court the day that this report was presented in evidence? Yes. Okay, and do me a favor. What is the preoperative diagnosis? Gunshot wound, bilateral lower extremities. And about what is the postoperative diagnosis? It says same. And you heard that evidence. Yeah, yes. Okay, go down to intraoperative findings. What is the first intraoperative finding? Three major bullet fragments. Okay, and then go down to the next section and it says specimens. Do you see that? Uh-huh. What does it say here? Well, there. It says bullet fragment time three. Two from left, one from right. Okay, and did you see something there to make you think that the people who put this in were lying? Uh, yes or no? I saw something here that made me question it. Did you see have anything that made you think they were lying? That somebody actually falsified a medical record and put it into evidence under oath? Yeah, I thought she says I thought that the 5 milliliters of blood was really low, considering that the injury was supposed to be what the injury was supposed to be. Okay, anything about the bullet fragments that you thought was a lie, that you had a basis to call a lie? I questioned this. Not he says not question. Did you have a basis, an affirmative basement to call it a lie? That's a factual thing, not questions. Right. There was a get it out. Oh, we've been on her for 6 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me continue. There was a contradictory medical report, so I was curious as to which one I should believe. One report said she was treated for a glass wound. I didn't know what to believe at this point. She wasn't. That report is not in evidence, right? It was not in evidence, but it was never refuted. Why? Why are things kept out of evidence usually? I couldn't answer that. Objection, speculation, and then Mr. McLemont. Objection to form. Okay, maybe because it's unreliable. I couldn't say. Wouldn't you want to know that when you were out in public saying things about what really happened? Wouldn't you want to know if the thing that you're relying on has been excluded because it's not reliable? It doesn't meet the reliability necessary to be true. I think that we have to come find that there are a lot of interesting things taking place with people associated with this person. It's a pretty general statement. Megan Pete, a lot of interesting things takes place with a lot of people. Yeah, I feel like which claims coming from Desiree's daughter. Okay, y'all, this is some tea, y'all. This is some tea, y'all. Come on, listen some tea. So she says, yeah, I feel like with claims coming from Desiree's daughter, with some of the things that happened, that it's very possible that who knows? Okay, anything is possible, right? Let them deny it. Oh, so who is this person you just mentioned? Desiree? Oh, girl, we finna get some tea, y'all. We finna get some tea. Yes. What is the full name? Desiree Perez. Have you ever spoken to her? No. Have you ever spoken to any member of her family? Yes. Which one? Her daughter, Demore. What's her name? Demore. How many times have you spoken to Demore? A handful. What's the most recent time? I couldn't say. That's the first time I heard that noise in a deposition. I'm sorry. No, it's good. A few moments ago. What are the circumstances? I interviewed her. I was set to interview her. And did you, in fact, interview her? Yes. All right. So when is the first time you spoke to Demore? I don't recall. How did you connect with her? Instagram. Who reached out to who? Her husband sent me a message and I didn't feel comfortable speaking with her husband, so I wrote her. And what did the message from the husband say? I don't recall what it said, but it had something to do with her allegations, like what he was claiming. The husband of Desiree daughter reached out to you, yes, and said something about allegations. Did he tell you what he wanted to talk about or why he was talking? No, no, he didn't want to talk to me. I believe it was just a message about some things she had posted. It was my blog page. So I think maybe he wanted me to repost just maybe something she posted or something like that. Now, this is some tea, y'all. Y'all write this down. This is some tea when it pertains to Demore versus Desiree. That's some tea. So basically, what she's, well, in her assumption of why she was DM'd, she's assuming that Javon, with that's Javon Hadley, which is Demore's husband, she is alleging that maybe that's why he reached out to her because he wanted them to repost just maybe something she reposted or something like that. So, y'all, write that down. Write that down. And did you do that? She says no. And said you were comfortable dealing with the husband? Yeah, I didn't want to speak to him. I wanted to talk to her. Yeah. Did you ever talk to the husband? No. Okay, then when did you first start talk or when did you first talk to the daughter? I couldn't say exactly. This year? Yes. All right. So the first and the message from the husband, was that also this year? Yes. Can you put it in time? Was it a few months ago? Beginning of the year? All I can say is a few months, but I don't know exactly when. All right. So, did you know any of the players before the husband reached out? Well, she says, did I know them? No. I mean, did you know of them? Did you know who the reference was to? When the husband said something? Yeah. Yes. By that point, yes. Okay. And what did you know by that point? I had watched an exclusive on a news station. Demore did an interview with local news in Florida, and that was earlier this year. I don't know when she recorded, but I saw it this year. Okay. And that was before the husband reached out that I saw the interview. Yeah. Yes. All right. So you generally knew that. What he says, what is going on in this case? And then he reached out and said, I want you to get involved in this case. Well, in the case? No. He just I believe he sent something maybe that he had posted. He didn't ask me to do anything. I just feel like it was like trying to bring awareness maybe to it, but I don't remember exactly what the message said. It was just like, what was it? Like Megan video, someone just said, "Hey, have you seen this?" Once again, I don't remember exactly what it said, but I know it was about his wife had been saying, "Do you still have that message?" I don't know. Any reason to think you won't be able to? What what how did you say Instagram? Instagram? Uh-huh. All right. Is that the kind of message that would stay there? It depends on setting. The people do vanishing messages. What do you do? I don't have vanishing messages. So probably it's still there, right? Well, he sent it, not me. So I don't know. He could have vanishing. I can't even get that dang on word out, y'all. I don't know how many pages left. I'm getting tongue tied and cross eyed. Okay, let's finish. Vanishing messages on. Is this message not mine? Okay, and so how do you get a message like that? Does it show up on your what? You get a notification when you go on the app. All right. You are on Instagram and it says you have a message from husband of, once again, you can change your settings, but for me, when I go on Instagram, I see the number of messages that I have, new messages, and just kind of go through them. It doesn't tell me particularly who. Okay, and you went through and you found this message from this guy and you said, did you actually respond to the message? I don't believe so. How? I know you said you didn't want to talk to him, but you would have wanted to talk to the daughter of his wife? How did you get connected? I DM'd her on Instagram. Oh, because you knew her. Her identifier on Instagram also? Yeah. She had already been publicly speaking on her situation. Yes. Okay, so you reached out to her and tell me what that exchange was, all the way to when you got together and interviewed. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I know our conversation was centered around her case. And she wanted to do an interview and asked me if I would do one. Well, if I would do one, yeah. She wanted you to interview her, yes, about the allegations in the case. In her case, yes. In her case, all right. And did that happen? Yes, I interviewed her. Okay, when was that? I don't know the exact date, but a few months ago. Okay, no more than three. Okay, what platform was that on? I did not publish it. Okay, literally, like he says, literally, how like you guys just sat in the room and recorded it. Oh, she called me on Zoom. We did a Zoom and I recorded it on Zoom. Okay, and how long was that session? At least 2 hours. Okay, and is it done in a way that you can turn it into like an interview that would be on your of one of your platforms? Yes. You did it to you were doing the interview, but you just why haven't you posted it? I did not want to come off as I was trying to agitate a situation or target anyone in particular or anything like that. So I felt like it was best that I didn't. And was it the like was that before or after the gag order in this case? Demore, this interview you did, yeah? I did it before her gag order because I remember she thought it was positive or possible she could be gagged. So she was trying to rush and do it. Okay, but were you already gagged? In my case, yes. Let me ask a better question. Is the reason that you have chosen not to publish or put out the interview related to the fact that you have a gag order in your current case with Megan? Y'all write this down. Write it down. He says no. Well, she says no. Okay, is it related to the fact that the daughter has a gag order in her case? No. It's related to me being terrified of Desiree Perez. Did y'all hear that? She is implying that she is terrified of Desiree Perez. Do y'all see that right there? No, it's related to me being terrified of Desiree Perez. Now pause. She's been talking so much about Desiree. She's had a lot to say about Desiree Perez. But now you're trying to say you're terrified of her? Girl, I thought you was a diva. But you ain't no diva. I thought you was a diva. But now you're trying to imply that you're terrified of Desiree Perez? Now that's my opinion alone. All right, let's continue. No, it's related to me being terrified of Desiree Perez. Okay, so the interview it is in a you've got it preserved and you can play it at any time. But for now, you are choosing not to go public with it. It's recorded, yeah. Yeah, it was recorded. Okay, have you talked to a lawyer about that interview? Legal risk for you? I spoke to her lawyer, Desiree's lawyer, or the daughter's lawyer, Demore's lawyer. Demore. How do you spell her name? Demoree. And what did Demore's lawyer say to you about the interview or about anything? Mr. McLamont. Objection to privilege information. And then that's when Miss Dixon chimed in and says, privileged. Is it privileged between Demore's lawyer and Mrs. Cooper? She says, where are your, and then that's when Mr. McLamont had chimed in. Whatever was said between the two of them, if it was said for the purpose of providing legal advice, then it's privileged. No, it's not privileged if someone other than the lawyer and the client are in the conversation. The lawyer did not want to speak if my lawyer wasn't there. So actually, he waited until my lawyer could be present. And we all were present for the conversation I had with him about this. That's when Sullivan says, got it. And you were there, and your lawyer was there, right? On the phone. On the phone. Who was your lawyer? Oh, at the time, I was still under, I believe, Unite the People. Was I? I have to go back and see the exact date, but I know for certain the lawyer didn't want to speak unless the other lawyer was present. Okay, pause. If I'm not mistaken, Michael A. Pensier had left prior. Both of these instances happened in May, right? Was it May the 23rd or was it May the 27th that she had lost legal counsel? It was somewhere around that time frame. So now we're seeing the end of, so this must have happened sometime in May when she lost her counsel. Then they had the status discovery call, the Zoom call, that was on June the 4th. Then that Friday on June the 6th, that's when she had got her legal counsel that she has now. So y'all write that down in your notebook. Write that down, y'all. All right, let's continue. I get it. So that doesn't change the privilege calculation. So you were there with your lawyer, right? Uh-huh. And Demore was on the call with her lawyer. Yes. Okay, that's not a privileged conversation. So tell me what was said. I'm going to, I'm go to object based on privilege because I'm the lawyer that was on the phone. Now pause. Rhonda Dixon, when were you sworn in to be her lawyer? I thought that was in June, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the court documents. But that's my opinion. My opinion alone, I'll go back and look at it. But I could have sworn that was right after June the 6th. They had the hearing on June the 4th. But you know what, y'all write that down in your notebook. We're gonna go back and investigate that. That's a question that I have, and I'll go get the answer for that after this. But let's continue. I understand. I'm going to object. But you are a smart lawyer, and you know that if you are on a call with your client and someone who is not your client, and that person was not your client's lawyer, Mrs. Dixon says, and the lawyer, I wasn't on, Demore wasn't on the call. It was the lawyer, Mr. Sullivan. I'm going to ask a different question. Did did you have an arrangement with Demore that you were had a common interest? You were working together on the case, like an agreement to keep privilege together? Objection. What kind of arrangement that said we're all on the same team? Privileged. No. Did he says, okay, did anyone say that on that call that it was subject to attorney client privilege? I don't recall. Okay, what was said on the call? Objection, it's attorney client work product in privilege. You can answer. I can answer. You can answer. What was said was just to focus on her and what she was going through in her case. All right. Well, wait. So you have Demore's lawyer, which is you, Rhonda. I'm not Demore's lawyer. Okay. Who was on for Demore? Her lawyer. And do you know what that is? No. I'm sorry. A man or a woman? A man. Mrs. Dixon. Can I answer? His name was Napoleon Hamilton. Napoleon Hamilton. So Napoleon Hamilton's on there. Demore is on there. And you are on there. And somebody for you. And do you know who the person for you was? This is Milagro. I believe it was Rhonda. So she says, like I said, my representation was changing, and I don't remember the exact date we spoke. Okay, now pause. Homework for y'all. Write this down. Write this down. The court documents is present. So go and actually take a look. Is that Alexa talking? Alexa, cancel. Sorry about that. My Alexa automatically goes off at 10:20. Okay, so anyway, let's go. Let's continue. So I need y'all to do homework. Write that down. It was around June the 7th. It was that weekend. It was that Friday prior to that status conference call. It was like it was right after. Not prior, but after. Go look at that. Y'all see that. Do some homework. Okay, so let's continue. All right. Some lawyer was on there for you? Absolutely. Yeah, because he wouldn't talk without a lawyer. Okay. How long did this conversation last? Less than 30 minutes. It was quick. Less than 30 minutes? Right. Maybe less than 20, less than 15. It was quick. Okay. And did everyone speak? I believe it was more so the lawyer just outlining things. Tell me what they outlined to just stay focused. Which one? Her lawyer just wanted to make sure that I understood that I could ask her and what the interview would be about, basically. And literally, what did he say about that? Napoleon, about what you could ask her and what it would be about. That it was basically highlighting about the case. Well, her case was about just saying this and that, or this is what is going on. So whatever you ask it, should be relative to the things, her claims. Okay, so is that how the conversation started? Here, thank you for coming. Is this here is what you can ask, and here is what you can't? No, he didn't say like you can ask this, you can ask that, but he just basically reiterated what the case was about and like kind of was just giving me bullet points of saying this is the focus. Got it. All right. And then what did you say? And I said, okay, I can do that. And did your lawyer talk? I don't recall. Did Demore talk? I don't. Well, she says I don't believe so at the time. It was more about her lawyer. All right. Quick call about bullet points. And you said I can do that? Yes. All right. Have you had subsequent conversations with them, with the lawyer for Demore? No. I don't believe so, but I couldn't say. Oh, I done missed the whole thing. Was the lawyer there for the Demore interview? And she says, I don't believe so. He says, because you guys were on a Zoom. She says, right. And I only saw her on the screen. All right. And have you been in touch since you did that interview? No. Have you been in touch with your lawyer since you did that interview? No. Did you know if her lawyer has been in touch with your lawyers since that interview? I do not. Okay. Can we pull up tab 20? Okay, so they go over that. Let's scroll down, child. Okay. After they marked it for identification, here we go. All right. Did you say all of that it says, all right. Did you say all of that we just heard? Yes. Okay. You did not prove that she was shot in court, right? That's what you said? Yes. Tori was convicted of shooting her in this case. Yes. I believe so. Yes. Meaning she was shot. The jury found that, yeah. Objection, mischaracterization. You were there. That means that a jury objection to form as well. Right. In your presence, the jury entered a verdict that Tori shot Megan. Yeah. The jury decided that. Yes. Okay. And this is 2 years later. And you're saying, no, it was never proved. In my opinion, that case was not proven. I heard the prosecutor say the DNA did not matter. They did not show us bullet fragments. So I felt that was enough to question things. All right. But you keep saying that you ask questions. A lot of people have questions. That's very different from actually asserting that someone or something happened or somebody told a truth or a lie. You get the difference, right? That's my whole point. And I am trying to understand if you think it's okay if I have questions. Maybe I didn't read all the evidence. Maybe I wasn't there for everything. Maybe I misinterpreted something. Maybe I didn't call or I didn't get the full report. Whatever that is, you have questions to go from there. You think it's okay to go from there to saying somebody lied or somebody didn't prove anything, prove something? I think then that's when he cut off. You were making a leap. You see that, right? I don't. I feel like in this country, we're supposed to have the freedom to speak. And if we have a question, regardless of if I identify with it or not, we should be allowed to ask. Even if it's damaging to the other person, and even if it's not true, and even if you don't do the investigation you needed, you can say it even if it hurts them and no consequences. You believe that? Here go Milagro. I believe that we can pose questions, and I believe I had valid questions. Okay. And do you think asking a question is different than accusing somebody of something? Yes. Okay. And you've done both, right? Depending upon what you're asking about, I would need something specific. Okay. You said Megan lied. Uh huh. At the trial. She says, I do not recall saying that. Okay. If you said that, that's not a question, is it? If I said that, that would be an assertion. Yes, okay. But I don't recall saying that. Okay. Have you made assertions about Megan that are false? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Wouldn't you say that saying that Megan being shot was not proven in court is false? I don't believe that's false. Okay. But under the system that you stated, in America, we live, we go to trial, we put evidence, we have rules, and a jury decides, right? And if a jury enters a verdict on an indictment or criminal charges, in a way, what the people in the system talk about, they say it was proven. It was proven to the people who matter. The jury, you saw that, right? They were convicted, convinced. I saw that. And I also know the systems we have, they exist because they can be challenged. She says, I understand what this is what he say. I understand, but in this case, and the moment when you would either prove it or not prove it, they proved it true. True? Objection to form. I cannot say that. That's just what the jury believed. And that's who matters on the question of whether a case was proved in court is the conclusion of the jury, right? Here go Mr. Lamont. Objection, right? Nobody else's conclusion matters. But when people come to my show, they want to know what I think. Okay, and then they says, "Can we please pull up tab 10A audio?" So they pull it up, y'all. Okay, so all right, was that you talking on the audio we just heard? Yes, all right. And that is exhibit what, 55? 59. I'm sorry, 59. Okay, and you have the transcript in front of you, right? 59B? Yes, all right. So just going to the end, it says here, you were talking about the question of how academics is some information before. Okay, y'all, this some tea, y'all, this some tea, y'all, come on with this some tea. All right. So just going to the end, it says here, you are talking about this question of how academics had some information before it even came out in court, right? Uh-huh. And somebody got in trouble for that, right? That's what you were talking about here. Did someone get in trouble? I don't know. Well, you say because academics got the same sources I got. Okay. So let's go with that. Okay. What sources do you have that academics also has? Here go Milagro. As I'm referencing now she's stuttering in this. Y'all can see. I'm referencing I got a lot of tips from listeners. So I had a hotline, still have it, a Google Voice number to people who would send me information. People DM me on Instagram. So there were a lot of, and then he cut her off and says, okay, it's just unsolicited people calling in and saying, I got a tip, but what about you must know who the source is that you overlap with academics, right? Were you both relying on? He says, who were you both relying on? I'm sorry. It sounds like it's the person who maybe knew Tory's strategy before it came out. Yeah. She says no. What happened was this case was something people were interested in. So you had people from all over tuned in and giving quote unquote tips. But why would some random tipster have inside intel on Tory's what he is going to do in court that day? Because people are in court, walking up and down the hallway, listening in and sitting in, And was that your source? Someone who heard something in the hallway at court? I couldn't say how they got the information. But by the time they came to me, I felt like it was true. Okay, can you give me a name of a single source you relied on to say what you were saying about the Tory case? No. She said no, y'all. Y'all write that down. You don't have a single source that you know their name? She said, well, it's social media users. Like I said, I was getting tips. Again, y'all write this down. All right, let's continue. So I'm just saying, in terms of reliability and how much diligence you did, you don't know the name of any of the people who you relied on to put all this stuff out? No. So what would happen is if someone gave me some information, I would try my best to follow up on it. So sometimes based on the information, if it turned out to be accurate, that would be someone I would be more liable to find or consider if they gave me something else. All right. Who are you referring to when you say the source of this information that to you is also the source that academics had? Who is that source? Y'all write this down. Once again, I was getting a lot of tips at that time. I can't say exactly who it was. I was getting a lot of information. A lot of this happened and that happened because I was covering it so heavily. All right. Tell me everything you know that caused you to think that source was reliable or knew what they were talking about or had any basis to say what they said. So when I got that information, different ways, or she says different ways, people were, like I said, were sending me. He says, well, stick with one. Give me one example of how you really got it, not general. I want specifically how you came from a source to get information. Everything you knew about them, their reliability. What got you in a position to keep putting this stuff out? Well, in terms of this particular thing, it wasn't me being able to rely on a person per se. When academics would also echo the same sentiment, I felt like, well, maybe it was more valid. I felt like we have to be getting information from the same people because I heard that too. I understand that, but you said affirmatively, academics have the same source I have, right? Right, because if he's repeating the same thing, I had to be, but can't be too many different people, I wouldn't think. Now, pause. Y'all need to write this down. Write it down because something ain't clean in the buttermilk to me. Now, this is my opinion. This is my opinion and my opinion alone. This is something that I would question. Okay, let's continue. Why? You are just guessing about what is going on there, aren't you? She says, yeah, yeah. It could be a complete setup. People just feeding you stuff, right? It could be. Any reason to believe it's not that? If you don't literally know who you are dealing with, she says, I don't know. But once again, I felt like academics had a substantial platform and that he wouldn't risk it if he didn't believe it enough. So I felt like, yeah, it's more than likely true. And above that, it says academics deleted his SHIT. Uh-huh. What's that mean? Academics got into a spat with Megan about it. And he ended up just deleting his tweet. And you are making and you are saying really loud and proud, I'm not deleting SHIT, right? I stand by my, she said, it's not about being loud and proud. It's don't be attacked and coward. Even if you're lying your ass off, well, once again, how do you know you're lying? How do you know you're not? That is why. What do you have to show me right now that says that was true? What I said? She said, that's why. And then he cut off and said, some random social media hotline thing. She says, that is. And then he cut off again. From a name you don't know? That's why it's important for people to answer to it. You don't know until it's confirmed or denied. So you feel free to say whatever you want, true or false, and let them deny it. Y'all take notes now, write that down in your binder. And then once they denied it, like the doctor did here, you say, now I can't say it anymore because they actually denied it to my face. No, I just feel like it's important to, ask questions and pose questions to everything. All right. What was the what was the issue that was going on during this conversation about the DNA evidence? That's what came out. That what academics was talking about before they even brought it up in court, right? Well, I don't know. I'm referencing a tweet. There was a tweet published that spoke to DNA. Yeah, and academics deleted it, right? Uh-huh. And the problem with the tweet was that he was completely wrong about what the evidence meant, right? Well, academics actually streamed it and asserted his claims, and he said he would not be taking it back. He did delete his tweet, but he actually reasserted it on his platform. Okay. And then they say it's counsel. He says, can you please get the paper away from the mic? Thank you. All right. Over the course of all of your dealings with Tori's father, at any point during that, did you get guidance or bullets or information to any kind from him about their take on the case? No. Okay. Did he give you any information, good, bad, and different, that they wanted to get out about their case? He would give me his opinions and he would tell me about how he felt, or tell me how he felt about maybe the day or stuff like that. During the trial? Not during the trial, because I was taking notes at the time prior to. Okay. Uh-huh. And your testimony is he never asked you to put out any particular message or viewpoint or try to guide you on that at any time of your dealings. Sunstar never asked me to do anything like that. He may speak to certain things, but it was to you and me in that case you wanted to do with it. But the things he would speak to in your presence were things that suggested Tory was not guilty, right? I wouldn't say that because he wasn't there. So all that he could say is that he loves his son and that he didn't believe his son would do something like that. And he was going through it, listening like everybody else. Okay, have you ever interviewed Drake? No. Have you ever spoken to Drake? No. Y'all, there's some tea right here. There's some tea. Y'all listen. Y'all, there's some tea right here. Have you viewed Nicki Minaj? Yes. How many times? Maybe 4. What's the most recent time? Maybe 2024, maybe. I'm not certain. And when was the first time? Maybe 2023, maybe. I'm not certain. Okay, 4 times. And how did those interviews come about? Did you reach out to her? She's famous. The first time that I was able to do an interview was through the woman that I worked with on site. It's a personal friend of hers. And so I was actually through co-hosting that show able to interview her on that platform first. All right. So I know you talked about it. The on-site is one of your platforms. It was a show that I was a co-host on. Oh, that's right. Okay. Uh-huh. You were interning and then you turned into a co-host. It was with Ali, right? Yes. Raj, is it? Rashida. Rashida Ali. And you gave and it says, and you were co-hosting, and she was friends with Nicki Minaj. And so it was able to be arranged that you get to interview Nicki Minaj on the show. That we would, yes. Together, her as well, yes. And that was the first one. And you think that was sometime in 23? I believe so, but I'm not certain. Okay, and in that first interview, was there was part of what was talked about Megan Thee Stallion? I don't believe so. Or did that even come up? I don't believe so in that interview. Okay, in any way of the interviews with Nicki Minaj, did you discuss Megan the Stallion? There was an appearance that I made on Nicki Minaj Queen Radio. That Queen Radio? Yes. Okay, and I do believe that Megan was discussed. This is Milagro saying this. And I do believe that Megan was discussed. And I was asked a question and I worked around it. So I didn't speak on Megan during that segment, but I do believe she was referenced and was a topic. Okay, and when was that Queen Radio interview? I cannot say, but I was within that time period. She said it was within that time period, the 2 year time period. Okay, so you think it was 24? Do you remember, based on what was said in the interview, what stage the case was at? It was now this is him asking. Was it after Tory had been convicted? She said, I believe so, maybe. I'm not certain. I'm sorry. He says, okay, how did the topic of Megan come up? I don't recall. That you don't he says that you can recall? Honestly. You remember it. I guess making a conscious decision not to weigh in yourself. Is that right? Yes. And that's because you were concerned about liability? No, I think it's really important. I have my own show, so I do things in particular type of way. Oh, I see. Okay. Burn your own material? When you go into other spaces, no. When you go into other spaces, it's important to understand people have never heard who you or hearing you. Never heard you or hearing you. So I didn't want to come off. I know the perception of me in some spaces, and I didn't want to come off like I was, trying to take the line that they think you always take, which is anti Megan. Right. I didn't want to do that. Got it. But Nicki Minaj did talk negatively about Megan on that show. I wouldn't say talk negative. She said I wouldn't say spoke negatively. I don't remember necessarily about what was said, but I do feel like she was a topic that day. Okay, and do you remember what about Megan? Was it the shooting or the video? No, it was about the shooting. No, no, no. All right, but you didn't talk about her on that interview? No. Okay, and what else is on here? I'm trying to read those names. Anna Paulina Luna. Who is that? No, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Come on, there's some tea right here. All right, so let's continue, y'all. She's a representative from Florida. Okay, and did she go on your show? No. Do you know her? No. Have you ever met her? No. How do you even know her? She just you just know her because she's a rep or no? How do you know her? No, when she said something publicly in regards to Tory Lanez. So that's when I noticed her the first time online. Online? And what did she say generally? Pro Tory? Yes. Okay. Diana London. Now there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Come on, there's some tea right here. Okay. Who is she? She is someone who says that she's on the team for Tory Lanez. All right. What about Whack 100? Y'all, this is some tea. Y'all listening? Put your ears on, baby. Put your ears on.
Ooh, that was juicy.
So when he asked her about Whack 100, she then says, "You are going to get me in trouble." Milagro, what did you mean by that? Y'all write this down in y'all binder. Write it down now. Get it wrote down and put quotation marks under it. I'm gonna repeat myself. He says, "All right, what about Whack 100?" She then replies, "You are going to get me in trouble." Okay, Whack 100 is, I don't know how to describe him. He is a character. I don't know what he goes by. I don't know how to classify Whack 100. Tell me what you know about him. Do you know the person's real name? She says no. You think that's his given name? No. No, I hope not. That or the parents gave a sense of humor. Okay, Whack 100. And what do you know about him? How did he What do you have in common? Team Tory? I don't. I wouldn't say we have anything in common. I just know that he speaks on Tory a lot. Okay, for the interviews you did on Nicki Minaj's show, did you get paid for those? No. Okay, and then they say 60. After this, can we take a break? And then they says, do you want to do this one real quick? And then let's just look at the exhibit. Let's do this one more. And then they, okay, so okay, so right here. So they marked exhibit 60 for identification. Mrs. Cooper, I'm showing that it says, I'm showing you what we've marked as exhibit 60. It looks to be a Zoom invite. And I guess I'll start at the top. Is that your email there? MilagroGramz@gmail.com? Yes. All right. Let's see if there's a date on here. All right. This looks to start June 10th, 2023. Do you see that? Uh-huh. Okay. Do you recall this Zoom? Not necessarily, honestly. No. All right. It looks like you were invited by Sunstar, right? Uh-huh. And the subject is Friends of Sunstar and Daystar. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. And is this the Zoom invite the first time you heard that description, or is that the time of this group? Like, have you heard that before? Friends of Sunstar and Daystar? No. Okay. Do you consider yourself a friend of Sunstar and Daystar? Y'all write this down. She says not necessarily. No. Did you say anything to him when you said, "Why are you having me in this group?" No. I didn't even know. I don't recall this meeting actually. Hmm. Okay, let's continue. All right. Well, let me ask you about those people. So in attendees, it's got Sunstar. It's got to you. Uh-huh. Do you recognize that third one? Duanity? I do not. How about Joyce Bryant 516? No. How about the king's first daughter? No. How about T with Tia? Yes, I do know her. Who is T with Tia? A blogger. And do you know the person's real name? I don't know. I think it's Tia, actually. All right. And how did you come to know about Tia with the T? She came to some of the subsequent whatever was going on with the case that was a court appearance. She came to one and I met her there. You met her in the courthouse, like watching the proceedings? Yeah. She came down for one of the dates. Okay. One of the dates in the trial itself, or it was after the fact? After? Okay. Uh-huh. But maybe the motion for the new trial, or I couldn't say what it was exactly, but I know it was after the trial for sure. And was Tia also covering the trial like you were? She says, I couldn't say. I wasn't aware of her prior. Is there anything else you know about her that you haven't told me? Like, what does she do? You follow her post on social media? I have personally never heard of her. Now, pause. Do y'all or do y'all not recall her meeting T with Tia at the court? Do y'all not recall both of them getting T? Well, not I wouldn't say T. Let me strike that from evidence. Let me say this here. Do y'all not recall that both of them were getting information so much as far as when Tory had his appeal thing going on, and that's when Caesar was sending out or having his one of his people clients send out information regarding his appeal, so much as far as, let me say this. I have the document, but I have to go back and look at it. But it was one of the procedures going on with his appeal, like it was a progression of it. Do y'all recall that? And then remember how they had gotten into it and she went talking crap about Tia. Do y'all remember that part? Okay, but let's continue. Okay, in this, he says, in this so you ran into her in court. Was there before? He says, was that before this Friends of Sunstar and Daystar meeting? She says, I couldn't say because I don't remember what date it was. Okay, and you are saying you don't even remember this actual meeting. No, I don't. Do you remember ever being in a Zoom or being with Tia other than when you saw her in court on a Zoom? No. What about any setting other than court? No, I don't recall having any meetings with her like that. And you are saying you don't even remember this? Right? Friends of Sunstar, putting aside a date, this June date, were you on other Zoom calls, regular calls, conference calls, any kind of communication with groups or people who were supporting Tory? There were some emails. There would be like a blast from Unite the People when something got filed. See, hey, they just spoken to what I just said just not too long ago. She says, so I was like CC in on those emails. In those, she says, on those groups, what was it? That group chat have a name? It was an email. No, it was just an email with the different people, whoever they were sending it to. Uh-huh. And as far as you can recall, you never attended any meetings, other virtual or in person, of the Friends of Sunstar and Daystar? No, I don't recall that. Okay. Did you ever get briefings or updates or intel on what was coming up with the legal strategy? No. What positions they were going to take on the things? What they were going to be telling in the media? Well, the media? Anything like that? No, I would just, after things were published, after they did whatever they did, we get an email with the paperwork, and then if it was big enough, that's when Caesar would come on my Instagram to talk about it, to try to help the audience understand what was taking place at that time. Okay, and the origin, whatever the thing was that was coming out with, that was from these emails. Yes, and that the source of that was somebody from Unite the People? Yes. Okay, and as far as you know, is Unite the People still involved in Tory's case? I don't know what they're doing. And they're not involved with your case? No, not anymore. And is this the reason that they stopped being involved? It's just a money reason? From my understanding, it was their choice, not yours. Yes, their choice. Are you still on those emails from Unite the People about what is coming out on the Tories' defense? No. Did you unsubscribe to that, or they just stopped? They just stopped sending it, or I don't know, even know. Well, she says I don't know, even know if there was an update to even give. But I haven't received anything in a long time. Who were the other people that you know personally were, or who were in that group that got updates from United People about the Tory case? Tia is the only person I know. Other than that, I don't know the other people. They choose them. And could you see from the emails how big a group it was? No. I could just see that there were Other names listed. Okay. Were you in touch with, it says, were you in touch during the same period with anybody in the same way from Megan's team? Like, giving you word is what we're going to say. Here is what we're going to do. Put this on your show. No. Okay, next. Do we want to break now? So at this time it's 4:39. So as y'all see, they took a break from 4:39 to 5:08. Okay, so let's get back into it. So it looked like Exhibit 61 was marked for identification. Okay, let's continue. And did you spend enough time flipping through it, Miss Cooper? So, well, Miss Cooper, to let me know if you've seen this before. She says yes. Okay, did you review it when you got it? Yes. And did you understand one of the things that was being, you were put on notice here is not to delete any documents or emails or anything, right? Right. And did you follow that instruction? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Pause. Well, we done already got the tea chat, but I'm gonna let her keep talking. We'll give commentary if I need to. Let's continue. Okay, have you looked at this document since you first got it? 61? No, not really. Did you receive this by email? By email. And when you got it, what did you do, if anything, about this? Nothing. You said, okay, it says we're going to sue you and you better not delete any documents, right? Right. And did you tell your husband about the lawsuit? Yeah. Yes. All right. Who else did you tell? The public. All right. You talked about it on your show. What, that day? Yes. And anybody else you reach out to about this? It was no. I just went public with it. Did you let Sunstar know that this happened? The news spread really, really quickly. So I don't know how he found out, but pretty quickly everyone knew. Yeah, yeah. Okay. 62. I'll give you that. Exhibit 62 was marked for identification. For the record, I marked Exhibit 62 forensic analyst of iPhone. Y'all give me 1 second. Ooh, ooh, Chad, I had a burp. Y'all, excuse me. I'm gonna get a swig of water. Mm. Ooh, that throat. Okay, y'all, let's continue. This is an FTI document. It has a report on there, forensic analyst of your phone. Uh-huh. And I just want to direct your attention to where it talks about, let me see. Maybe Marie will show me where the relevant part is. Okay, all right. If you look at page 5 of 5, the last page, you see that? Uh-huh. Those bullets there. Yes. Okay. And based on their forensic analysts, they have those bullets. Well, they have these bullets. The first one says that there was evidence that identified the WhatsApp was uninstalled at the time they got your phone. Is that correct? Y'all, there's some tea. Y'all, there's some tea. We're about to get some tea. Y'all, come on with it. Uh-huh. I believe so. Did you install WhatsApp at some point or take it off? Yeah. I have uninstalled it over the years. Okay. Was there a time when you used it? Yes. And what did you use it for? Phone calls, texting? No. Sunstar went out of town and he asked me if I could use WhatsApp to speak with him. Because it's free when you are traveling internationally, or I don't know how that works, but he asked me to talk to him. Now, pause. The question would be, do both of them have iPhones? Now, I know Milagro has an iPhone because she also has a MacBook. Now, the question I would pose is, do Sunstar have an Android or does he have an iPhone? I guess that would be the question. Because if you have iMessage, wouldn't that be free? You wouldn't need to download a different app, right? That would be free. Only if he also had an iPhone. Now, if he had an Android phone, that is something totally different. That's just my opinion and my opinion alone. All right, let's continue. Because it's free when you are traveling internationally, or I don't know how that works, but he asked me to talk to him. Did you use that to call him or text him instead of? Yeah. He was out of town. And yeah. Anyway, so you ended up using WhatsApp for the first time because he suggested that, but that's a better platform for whatever he wanted to do. It wasn't necessarily the first. You know what? Hold on. Let me pause that. I just wanted. Okay, so he posed the question: was he traveling internationally? She only said Sunstar went out of town. Now, question: if you are going out of town, why would you need to use WhatsApp? I can understand if you was going out of the state, like you went internationally, like for example, you went over to Asia and stuff like that. I can understand you using WhatsApp. But if you're traveling around the United States, why did you need to use WhatsApp? You could have still used your phone. But again, hey, that's just my question and my question alone. Y'all write that down, though, by the way. Write that down, jot that down. Okay, so anyway, so you ended up using WhatsApp for the first time because he suggested that that's a better platform or whatever he wanted to do. It wasn't necessarily the first time, but like in a way that, to really communicate in real time. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that was the only reason you did it? Yeah, that was the reason why? Okay. And it looks like between July the 4th through 2023 and March the 18th of 2025, your WhatsApp was at least tapping into Wi-Fi. Any reason to think that's not accurate? No. Is March 18th, 2025, when you discontinued WhatsApp? I couldn't say the exact day. Approximately, I couldn't say. Was it this year that I stopped using it? Let me step back. Okay, excuse me. Is there a reason you stopped using WhatsApp? On your WhatsApp, stop communicating with the service because it's not something I use routinely. There have been times over the years where I've uninstalled it because I'll do that with apps and things like that. And then there's been certain people like Sunstar who needed to communicate. So I used it for that. And then there was an instance, there was someone reaching out to me that I didn't want to speak to. Okay, and when was that incident? It was this year. I don't know the exact date. Now, for some of us, we already read this now. Girl, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Listen, we got some tea over here, y'all. All right, so let's keep going. And is the reason that you uninstall WhatsApp now? I know you said you've done it before. When you did it this time, it was because this person reaching out was reaching out on WhatsApp? Yeah. And you didn't want to deal with it, so you thought I'd just delete the whole app? I uninstalled the app. And who was the person that was reaching out? Her nickname is Cupcake. Do y'all remember Cupcake from the trial? From Towel? When Armand Wiggins and all them had the little, situation? Y'all remember who Cupcake is. For some of us, y'all know who Cupcake is now. Her real name, I don't remember it right now. And why did you not want to communicate with Cupcake? Because we had a bad interaction. We had some negative interaction. So I don't wish to talk to her. Okay, and what was from her side? The negativity? What did she do that made you no longer want to talk to her? Was it something online? Yeah. She had been speaking negatively about me online. And what was the worst thing she said about you? Cupcake. It wasn't the worst. It was just stupid things. You are fat, or you are not big, or I couldn't tell all of what she said. She did interviews and stuff like that. And what was the thing that stung the most? Or you said, you know what? I'm going to take 5 minutes and uninstall this app because I don't even want to deal with this person. Her reaching out to me, period, because I felt harassed at that point. She's lied before about me going to the courthouse. There was a rumor that I would be in trouble if I went to the courthouse for the Tory Lanez trial that she started, and just stuff that I felt like was just too far. So she was like a voice online saying negative things about you, and then she reached out, like she sent you a WhatsApp message. Yes, she did. Now pause. Now, Cupcake Girl, you're going to have to come out here. We're going to need your statement, boo boo. Were you communicating with her on iMessage, or were you communicating with her on WhatsApp? I kind of feel like you said something on your show, but Cupcake, you're going to have to come out here and say something, boo boo. Is that true, or are you going to debunk? Was it actual text message or WhatsApp? Now I got to pause again. Pause. When it comes down to Milagro's show, don't she block people? So you mean to tell me one person caused you to delete an entire app because you didn't want to deal with them? But then again, even on YouTube, on Twitch, on Station Head, you so fast and quick to block people, but you couldn't block her on WhatsApp. You said, let me delete the entire app. Y'all need to write this down. Write this down in your notebook. Keep it for later. Write it down. Now, this is my opinion alone. But write this down now. We got to come back to it. Because that's a question. That's a valid question that I have. And we have multiple video clips of people literally trying to voice their opinion or ask a question, and she's so quick to block them. But you delete a whole app because you didn't want to be bothered by her, but you couldn't hit that same block button. Okay, but anyway, y'all, let's continue. That's my opinion alone. Okay, yes, she did. And what did she say? Want to hang out? I don't recall exactly what she said, but she reached out to me, and I just felt like it was harassing at that point. Okay, and so you got rid of WhatsApp. And have you had any interaction with Cupcake since then? No. Has Cupcake continued to say negative things about you online? I'm not sure. Okay, you are not aware either way, right? No. Okay, and the fourth bullet, evidence was identified showing thousands of text SMS messages were deleted between December the 11th, 2019 and April of 2025. Now, pause. I need y'all to go back and do y'all's homework. I have the court documents somewhere on my page. Y'all need to go back and look, because if y'all do not recall, in the court documents, they did post, there was 4 instances, 4 times that they was trying to get multiple, metadata from her. Now, there were some things that they were able to get, but there were certain things that they had been still trying to ask for. And this was as of when? Recently, right? Okay, but, let's continue. Y'all write that in your notebook. Write that in your notebook now. So you talked before about the different people have different settings and things about auto delete and invisible or whatever. It says, what's your sort of settings in terms of how your messages in your different platforms are kept? Do you have any auto deletes turned on? For some things, yes. All right. Which of the one? Yeah, y'all need to write this down. Write this down now. Which ones? This is what he's asking. Which are the ones that you kept everything? Which ones auto delete? I just want to go through the places stuff might be. She says the iPhone may be on auto delete. He says, all right. So on iPhone, this is referring to SMS messages deleted. That's your text messages, right? Are you asking me if I delete messages, or what are you saying? I think this says you definitely did, or your phone did. Yeah, I'll ask you that. Over time, do you delete messages on the iPhone? Yes. Okay, and this says thousands between the long period of time, right? Any reason to think that's not accurate? No. Okay, and do you sometimes delete messages like as you're going selectively? Like, I don't need this and just delete it? What's your what's your approach on preserving or deleting SMS messages on your phone? So I'm one of those people that hates to see that notification saying that you have some messages. So I'll go in and look at it. And if I feel like it's not something worth keeping, then I'll delete it after a while. Or group chats or stuff like that. I'll delete things that just have to, like, or dead weight, so to speak, maybe on the phone. So one reason that you delete stuff is just why keep it? I don't need this or anything, right? And sometimes over space, she says, and some, this is what she says, and sometimes over time for space, I'm recording a lot of, y'all, this is some tea, y'all, this is some tea, y'all, write this down now, write this down. We're going to have to come back to this, write it down. And sometimes over time for space, I'm recording a lot and streaming a lot. I have to use my devices to blog. So I need space, videos, pictures. I'm taking thousands of pictures and videos and making slideshows, a lot of different things. Okay, and do you recall having done that before saying, "Oh my god, I need more space. Let me just go get rid of some stuff." Yes, including messages? Yes. So you deleted messages just because you needed space? Yes. But presumably, you did that knowing the things I'm deleting I probably don't need, right? Right? Okay, and okay. It says evidence that there was a restoration and a backup March the 10th, 2025. Was that part the this case of giving the phone for discovery, doing a backup? Did you restore your phone from a backup in March? I may have, or get a new phone maybe. No, but a backup. Okay, yeah. Have you? Oh, strike that. Have you ever deleted messages related to Megan? Meaning you looked at a message and related to Megan in some way, and you got rid of it? No, if I was sent the message and I felt like it was important, you never know what you might need to refer back to. So I try my best to keep it. If I feel like it's important, you go the other way. You would rather keep it so you have it if you need it. Yes? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Did you ever on purpose delete any messages because they related to this case and you didn't want to deal with them in the case? No. Okay. All right. So this is 62, 63. I don't think I have it. Here you go. Thank you. Sorry. This is 63. 63. For the record, I've marked as Exhibit 63. I think this is from Mrs. Cooper's production. It's a screenshot. And from the metadata, I can see that it's from November of 2024. Exhibit 63 was marked for identification. And I'll ask you to look at Exhibit 63, Mrs. Cooper, and tell me if you recognize that. Yeah? And can you just interpret what's going on here? It says recently deleted. All right. And I think this is from November of 2024. And do you know why you took a screenshot of this page? Honestly, I don't. Do you remember the occasion when you did whatever these deletions are? No, not really, honestly. Was anything going on around November the 14th, 2024 that would have caused you to want to delete all this stuff? November is when I do a trip every year. Now, pause. Milagro, he's posing a question about November the 14th. Wasn't your camp mob literally October the 31st to November the 3rd? Wasn't that the date you did your camp mob? But he's asking you about November the 14th. Why would you delete all those messages at November the 3rd or the 14th? But see, I recall and I know for a fact you had your camp mob October the 31st through November the 3rd. Okay, let's continue. November is when I do a trip every year. Okay. So I have to edit a lot because I do like a mock reality show. So, okay, do you think that these deletions are related to the mock reality show? These messages? Yeah. Oh, why I may have needed space? Well, I just want to get to your testimony. Do you think that the deletions that are on Exhibit 63, what do you think the explanation is? The reason that they are deleted, well, they were deleted. I think you were about to tell me that maybe you were creating space for your show. I wouldn't say for certain. You just asked me what was kind of going on around that time. I don't I don't know why. All right. Can you think of or do you know the reason why you deleted specifically that first script, the four messages from Sunstar? I don't know what they are, so no. Do you recall ever specifically deleting messages from Sunstar? No. I'm trying to distinguish routine. So I'm just trying to create space. And I'm deleting all of this stuff. I understand that. Was there ever an occasion where you said, "Oh, I should delete these messages from Sunstar for any reason?" No. Is there anything or is there something about this four messages sources that gives you insight as to how you chose this group to delete? The only one that I would highlight is the 2,451. Now, boom, y'all pause. We finna get some tea. Y'all finna get some tea. Y'all, let me tell you something. Y'all write it down now. So we finna get into some tea. Okay. So let's continue. That group chat, we me and that group of friends were no longer associated with some of the people in it. So that turned into a dead conversation, basically. All right. And how long were you in that group chat? Is that what that is? A group chat? For a while? Yeah, yeah. That was a group chat. And that's the one that inward shore, right? Yes. What brought that group together? What was your organizing theme? They're friends of mine. It's just a group of friends. And we have a travel together, hung out together, and stuff like that. And that's what period of time do you think was covered by 20,000 messages? That's a lot of messages. I don't know, right? I don't know. It's so much. Is is anybody in that group related to whatever is going on between you and Megan Thee Stallion? No. All right. Is either Megan or of Tory Lanez a topic in this N-word shore chat group? No. It's a personal chat. All right. It had nothing to do with, right? No, no. Oh, okay. What's this 475 number? Do you know who that is? I don't recognize it at this time. Okay. 34 messages. I nobody to you. What about Justin? Do you know who that is? I do know who that is. You do? Uh huh. Okay. And who is that? Just a friend? He is a social media user that I've spoken to him, and he was supposed to come to an event of mine, but he didn't. So I never met him in person. We were trying to build a friendship. We were cool. Okay, and then I wanted to ask you. So you said you have some kind of retreat and then a reality event, right? Uh huh. Let me just get that. So what's the reality show event? So I host something called Camp Mob. Camp Mob? Yes. Okay, where is that? In Houston. Okay, and how often does that happen? Annually. And how long have you been doing that? Since maybe 2018. Okay. And how big a group is that? 50 or less. Now pause. Milagro, you've had 50 people at your Camp Mob. Chip. Okay, let's continue. All right. And where do you have it? In Houston? In a campsite or a hotel? I'm sorry, the people attending book their own rooms. Okay, wherever they wish. They come to the locations based on the activities going to do. And that's how it goes. All right. And the activities are just around town, or yes, public space, yes. And what would you say is the organizing thing there? What do you generally, what causes people to want to come to that? To meet me. Okay. And then it goes on for about 3 days. So it's a time to not bond. All of the people coming are fans of the show. So they have at least that in common. So it's just a bonding type thing, a fun thing. And you said it's less than 50 people? Yes, it changes. It depends on the year, but yes, less than 50. How about this year? Did you already have it? No, it's every November. It's the same time frame every year. All right. So November 24, okay? Uh-huh. How many people showed up last year approximately? Between 30 and 40 maybe? Not Milagro. 30, 40 people showed up. Are you saying 30 to 40 people showed up last year? All right. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. All right. And did people come from like out of state to go to that? Yes. Are any of the names we've talked about today related to the Tory and Megan thing in that 30 to 40 people who come? No. Okay. What were the main, well, have has has Megan in your back and forth you've had with her over time been a topic at Camp Mob? No, I actually am very strict in the way that it is about nothing more than us bonding. So I make it about us doing activities and entertainment. Entertainment. Look, Jayla, I know that's you. News is not allowed, actually. And then that's when he says, what, you can't talk about Camp Mob? She says, what I call work is anything that's supposed to be trending, any topic. I don't want to hear it. I want to bond. I want to get to know some of my fans and see what interests them and play games. And we do the team bonding and things and stuff like that. Okay, then what was the other one? Is a reality show type of thing? Like a parody reality show? And is that every year? It's not every year, but I've done it in the last few years. Okay, and when was that most recently? So I recorded some things in 2024. I didn't ultimately put them out. Okay, and you recorded some things from an actual event, a get together. What does it mean? What did you record generally? Yeah, so as we're doing our activities and stuff like, so we went to a room where we can hit things. It's an activity where you find where you kind of let off steam and hit things. So I'm recording like the cameras. I'm recording the people arriving. I'm recording like, how do you feel? Have you been enjoying yourself so far? Confessional, quote unquote, type things like that. Well, style things like that. And where I kind of play a producer and then film them. And how do the people who you are filming get there? Like on their own reconnaissance? She said they'll fly in or drive in somewhere local. All right. And is it is a different group than a group, but a Camp Mob group? What do you mean? That the what you just the filming you talked in 2024. What are you doing? You went to a place where you hit things. You said that, right? Uh-huh. Is that different than Camp Mob or the same? No, that's part of it. That's one of the activities we do. I see. Okay. So they're related. All right. So within Camp Mob, right, we do events. Yeah, got it. Okay. And was there some issue with Camp Mob about somebody getting attacked or assault? Yeah, there's some tea, y'all. There's some tea, y'all. Y'all write it down. There's got some tea right here. So we got some tea right here, y'all. And was there some issues with Camp Mob about somebody getting attacked or assaulted going online? Does that ring a bell? Y'all listening?
Ooh, that was juicy.
It's finna get juicy. For those who know, if you know, you know. Whoop! If you know, you know. She says yes. And what was that? Was that just last November? She says no, it was 2023 actually. And what was the situation? In 2023, I had a pajama party. Okay, at an Airbnb. And the day went on, and the following days, it was brought to. Now, y'all, listen, perk your ears up. For those who know who was present, perk your ears up on this one. In the following days, it was brought to my attention an allegation that a couple of guys, three different guys, had been touched on the behind by one particular person, like grown-ups. Everyone is grown up. Yes. Okay. And what those individuals came to you and said, someone is touching me? No, we were on station head. So I was speaking on the event. Da 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 da. Now, for those who know, why do Milagro always say da 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 da? Now, if this is my opinion only, y'all. This is a question. For those who know, why do she always say da 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 da? Okay, but anyway, let's continue. And then in the chat, it was brought up. And then I then brought those people up on air and asked, wait, what happened? And that's when it was revealed to me. And literally, what was the complaint? What was the accusation? They said that a man named Jordan had touched their behinds. Okay, three different people had the same experience. Yes. And what happened after that? Was Jordan, she says, I found out later. So by the time I found out, the trip was basically over because it was only like 3 days. And but like I said, by the time I found out, it was basically over with. And did you deal with Jordan? I spoke to the different guys and asked them if they wanted to pursue anything, how they felt about it. And there were three men. They were kind of embarrassed, was my impression. And I think they just didn't want to be looked at a certain way. Or I don't know all of their reasons, but they didn't want to move forward. They said. And Jordan apologized. He sent me an email and he apologized to me. And he felt like he had ruined my event. And he apologized to the three individuals by name and said, I'm sorry for touching you inappropriately. Now, pause. Do y'all not recall on YouTube that she had posted this whole entire video on YouTube? And then she got on station head when they went into that bedroom and how she used her finger to turn the little lock and she opened the door. Do y'all not recall that? See, we got the video, and we got the station head recording of this. Let's continue. Okay, and is Jordan in or about for the future? Well, let me repeat that. Okay, and is Jordan in or out for the future? He is out. Out? Yes. Okay, all right. I'm going to go back to 63 for a second and just ask you a couple of questions about this group, N-word short. Uh-huh. You said at some point the friends you had in there stopped being in there. Is that what you had stopped being associated? All of us are no longer friends. So some of the people in the chat are no longer a part of the friend group. And how would you describe the reason that group was together and then decided not to be together? When was the cause? And then that's when she said, the group was about, I'm going off how many people are in it. Oh, actually, I should ask that. How many roughly? Not exactly. More than 100? Okay. No, no, no. This is a small group of friends. Okay, less than 10? Yeah, less than 10 for sure. So just tell me who was in that. Me, a friend of mine named Stevie. Okay, y'all write this down. Now, write it. Get your bind out. Write this down now. Me and a friend named Stevie. How do you spell that? Stevey. Stevie. Stevie. Pronouncing. She says Stevie. Yep. Uh-huh. And then she mentions Kimani. Do you know Stevie's last name? I have I have to look it up elsewhere. I don't know right offhand. You don't? Okay. What about Kimani's last name? Oh, I have to get that. I don't know. Do you have that somewhere you can easily look it up? I believe I can get that. Yeah. Okay. And who else is in that group? Danish or Dinish, however you prefer. It's spelled Dynish. Okay. Last name there? No, I don't know it. I'm sorry. Do you actually like is that some indication of how well you know them that you don't know their last names? It's not that. It's just we all go by nicknames and we've been using them so long. I could get it for you, but offhand, I really don't know. Okay, who else is in the group? Stevie, Kimani, Dinish, or Dennis, however you say it. Kimball. Kimball, okay. Is that a man or a woman? A man. And then I believe in this group that might have been about it. Give or take maybe one or two people, but that's about it. And when did you, if we look back and looked at this group, Inward Shore, when did you think it was first established? Maybe 2020-ish, maybe prior. And tell me, as best as you can recall, what brought you together? Like, what was the circumstances of the creation of the Inward Shore? Is shore referencing to the beach somewhere? She says no. It was a place. If you look at the picture associated, it was a play on Jersey Shore. That's all. And we're all black. So I called it that. Okay. And I can't see the picture that well. Are you the people in that picture? You guys are the real people from Jersey Shore? Yeah, the real people from Jersey Shore. Got it. Okay. Okay. It was a fun group of friends. So that was the vibe. Got it. Okay. And you how did you know the people became part of that group? Like, so I understand the name now. But what did you guys go to the beach together? What brought you together and then took you apart? A cousin of mine went to school with one of the people in the group. Which one? Kimball. Okay, what's your cousin's name? My cousin Brittany. Okay, where did they go to school together? In Galveston. I didn't go to school with them. It was just in Galveston. So your cousin Brittany knew Kimball, and Kimball introduced you to the others? Justin introduced me to the others. All right. Justin is the one in that screenshot. Now pause. Now, some people may call Justin Wig, or I'm not sure if that's him, but y'all can clarify in the chat. Is Justin Wig? Now, at the bottom of these transcripts, it will show his picture. But I don't know who. Well, we're just gonna say Justin. Oh, so it is? Okay, okay. Just to clarify. Okay, so let's continue. So then he says, did something specific cause you to delete Justin in the N-word short group at the time? Because they're in the same group. So then she says, so Justin used to be a part of our friend group, and Justin and Kimball had romantic dealings, and it got really messy, and it was why everybody fell out. Okay, Justin was a part of the group. Uh-huh. And Kimball was your cousin's friend. They went to school together. I wouldn't call them friends. Okay, school together. And then Justin and Kimball were romantically involved. And then that just created dissension in the group? Yes. And well, this was only late last year. So have you been in touch with any of the people since November of last year? Yes. Okay. So you don't communicate within this chat or but no. But you're on a one-to-one basis. You are still friends with these other people besides Justin and Kimball. I'm just okay with Kimball. We're like trying to rebuild. I'm no longer friends with Justin. And then everyone else that you listed, I'm still friends with them. And then, like I said, there's one or two people in that group chat that I'm not cool with anymore. Okay, and like if I was to retrieve all those 20,000 messages, what's in there? Is it just all logistics? See you Tuesday, meet you at the club, or whatever? Or is there a topic like Meg or Tori or the stuff we're talking about in there? No, it's about us. And there were so many of us that moved so fast. A lot, she says, and a lot of reactions to things and just jokey type stuff. Like I said, it was like a fun group. So we just, like I said, we had fun together. We would joke a lot, honestly, and talk about our day and stuff like that. We would wake up every morning. Good morning. What are you doing? And da 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 da. Y'all see that, right? And da 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 da. Idle chit chat. All right. And was Justin the reason it all kind of came apart? Like you are you're going to stay in contact with the rest of them, right? I I wouldn't put all the blame on Justin, but he was part of it. It's not all his fault. And the source of the trouble was that he and Kimball were romantically involved, and then they weren't getting along, and that affected everyone. Justin actually, him and Kimball had some type of romantic dealings, and I think because they were LGBT, we're gonna change that word to LGBTQ just for the audience. And they were LGBTQ and maybe did not want everybody in their business, that they were dishonest with us. And that's what kind of caused everybody to feel away and have an initial conflict, feeling like we were being lied to and want to know, like, what's going on? And feeling left out, basically. Did you guys in that group ever talk about the HBO Max special about Megan and Tori? No. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. There's a special, the five shots. And that's when he says, I don't know. What is it called? I believe it is called Five Shots. The HBO special that I was in, where they had one perspective and then the other perspective. You seen that? You were in it, right? Yeah. Okay. And you were in Tori's, yes, version. Yeah, okay. But there's no overlap between this that and what these guys talk about here. Right. No. Those people listen to my show also. So I need a break. So when I get done with work, I don't want to I want to talk to my friends. Got it. So it's like the camp mob. It's like we're not talking business here. Right, right. I just need some time with my friends. Got it. Okay, now we get into New Orleans. We get into New Orleans now, y'all. Got it. Nora King. Was he in that? Is this group chat? Well, in this group chat, she says no. How do you know? Do you know him? Is it him? She says yes. How do you know Nora King? I met Nora because going back to that situation with my children, he helped me to figure out who had done that. The Craigslist thing? Yes. And how did he help you? Or why did you think he would help you? Well, how did that go? So I was publicly distraught by it and I talked about it publicly. And him, I was in the group. I feel like with him and two other women and a chat group. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and at the time they wanted to help me, and so they tried to look into it, like as much as they could, or go online and try to find out who BRZY was. Like it was a public thing what BRZY posted to Tasha K. So we all kind of started there and try to figure out who this guy was and see. So they just helped me in that way. And that was at the time that happened. Then you thought maybe Nora King would help you with that situation with Craigslist. But did you already know him, or was he already your friend? No. And did you become acquainted with him because of that situation? This situation with Craigslist? Yeah, in a personal way. Uh-huh. Okay, and how was it that you connected on that? Did he reach out and say, "Oh, I'm good at investigating these things," or like what? Was he a tech guy? I couldn't say exactly. No, I don't think that he was willing to see if he could find something to help me. All right. But was there anything about him that made it seem like he would be good at that? No. I think when she says no, I didn't have any background, but I was willing to get any help I could, what I could get, because it was my kids and I was desperate. Let him go try. Okay. And so you said, sure, go see what you can find. Yes. And did he find anything? I can't say for certain, but I do believe that they did help me because I didn't do it all on my own. And I was able to file a report. So I don't recall what he contributed, but I do feel like he helped me. Okay. And when you filed the police report, did you or did you not have actual name of the person who did it? I believe I did. Okay, and that. Did you get that from Nora King? I can't say for certain if I got it from him. Do you know how he figured it out? How they figured it out? The person made music, so I was able to, I feel like, find their name based on their music. So it's something like that, yeah. To get their actual name, I believe. So you attach the music to the handle, right? What is his name? Brizzy, which is BRZY. She says Brizzy Flow. Brizzy Flow. Now y'all write that down. Who is BRZY Flow? They make music. All right. And he says, uh-huh. And okay, and then figure out. So then you went to the police and said, this person is doing this thing with Craigslist and my kids. She says, right. Oh, he says, oh, and did you ever communicate directly with Brizzy about it? No. I did it. She said, I did publicly address it, and the Craigslist ad was removed. How quickly was the Craigslist ad removed? Very quickly after I said I had gone to the police. So then the court reporter asked for clarification. She said that I went to the police on air. And how quickly was that after the thing was first? You first found out about it? Like how long was it up there total? I don't know how long it was up there. It was only brought to my attention by the public because he left for Tasha K. Well, the public message he left for Tasha K. I had no idea about it. All right. So BRZ reached out to Tasha K, who you have crossed paths with because of this other situation, right? With the Cardi B thing. He says, is that right? We didn't cross paths, but I commented on it. Oh, you commented? Right. Exactly. You were saying, okay, yeah, and you said that this person, blogger, got in trouble, got sued successfully by Cardi B, and you had that comment that I asked you about, which is she handed him the case or gifted him the case, handed it to him basically because of her assertion. And I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. That she made it easy for her to pursue her. What does it mean to hand somebody a case? I believe that because Tasha K asserted that what she did about Cardi, she accused Cardi B of having her. The H word. Y'all see it, right? You cannot assert that unless you know for certain why. Why you assert stuff all the time without knowing? You said Megan lied. I don't. And then she stuttered, and then that's when the court reporter had came and says She requested clarification. So then Milagro says, I said I pose questions. And then, okay. And are you saying that this blogger crossed the line instead of saying I wonder if so and so has the H word? They said she does? Yes. Sort of like he is saying I wonder if she's lying or she's lying? Right. It's a question or an assertion, but the same underlying, right? Substantive claim? I don't believe so. Okay, anyway, so this Tasha K person is approached by Brizzy. Brizzy. And Brizzy says, I have some interesting stuff about me. Okay. And then what happened? You reached out to Tasha K and say, don't you dare? I reached out to Tasha K and let her know that I'm going to pursue whatever I can and that I don't think that she should listen to that person. And did that work? She didn't post about it. It's okay. And how did you get wind that Brizzy had approached or that all openly on time or on the and then that's when he was stuttering, as y'all can see. He went on YouTube and commented publicly, and many people saw it. And that's when they sent it to me. Brizzy went on YouTube and said, I have this scandal about Miss Cooper. Yes. And I think you, Tasha K, should run with it. Yes. Okay, well, just tell me what to prioritize. 64, please, for the record, I've marked as Exhibit 64 a one-page document, so they swore it into identification. All right, let's continue. It has Tory Lanez at the top, and I'll just ask you, Miss Cooper, do you recognize what we've marked as 64? Yes. All right, this came from your production, I think. And what is this? This is Tory initially reaching out to me in 2020. Okay, that you talked about that earlier. You said send me your, and then it says requested clarification. Send me your number. Okay, and is this, can the public see this or is this private? This is private. Okay, and the stuff in the blue is you? Yes. Okay, and I think this is one of the documents that we got from FTI. Okay, but not from you. Was this deleted on your phone? No. This was old. This from 2020. Yeah. So this was in my messages with Noor, but I didn't have that device, have that actual screenshot. So that's why I didn't have the screenshot, but it's in those messages. It says, I've been dying to know why you asked for my number, right? Did you find out? No, because remember when we got on the phone, he was occupied, so I still didn't know. Okay. It is this the only direct message you have with Tory Lanez on Instagram? No. There was some more messages associated with that account. That account got suspended. It's why I don't have access to them now. On your end or his end, mine, my MilagroGramz account, it got suspended. So I don't have access to it now. But I sent them to email. So they're in that group chat. They're in that text message thread. Okay, you mean in the text message thread that we looked at with the cut and paste on to PDF? No, it should literally be in my message with New York King, like in our text. But the device that would have that actual picture, I don't have that. That's so old, but it should be in our messages though. Okay, anything else with this? Okay, 65, please. So they mark 65 as for identification. He says, okay, Exhibit 65 is in front of you. Can you tell me what this is? It's a direct message from Sunstar. There is a screenshot of a story post that he created. They sent it to me and said, hello, Miller. This is Tori's dad. Been listening to my radio. I would like to talk to you off the record. Okay, I appreciate you so much and will, without a doubt, keep my lips sealed. You have my word. We're going to test that. What did he tell you off the record? And are you going to unseal your lips and tell me what it is? Yes. Okay, what did he tell you off the record? So that was leading up to our first call. Uh-huh. When I told you he called and then Tori called. So Sunstar speaks like a Bible. Well, the Bible. He talked kind of parables. Uh-huh. He's a preacher, right? Yes. Okay. And so when we were on that call, he kind of hinted that things that I felt like spoke to his son's innocence. Basically saying, in due time, we'll see. They weren't certain that would happen next. Well, what would happen next? So he just said to me something to the effect of, well, the world is going to see and time will tell. And, I've been watching your show and it's crazy what you concluded. And just to kind of stay tuned, and that he would let me know if it were possible to maybe interview him. Because I asked, well, can I interview you or what's the point? And so I asked him that in conversation, and he said he would get back to me. And we did do a subsequent interview off the basis of our call. Did he ever explain what the off the record part was? I think that he did not want me to speak to talking to them. I don't think he wanted me to make it public. So I think that period, just anything he said, I just don't think he wanted the public to know we had touched base. He was okay with you talking about whatever the thing was, but he didn't want you to tell people it was coming from him or that you were in touch with him on that subject. Well, he didn't generally tell me anything. So once again, he just wanted to keep it off to the side because he was still trying to figure out what he want to do. Cause I'd ask him for an interview and stuff like that. So I guess of course. So off the record is like a reporter off the record, meaning I'll tell you, but you can't say you got it from me. You can't source it directly to me. So for me, when someone says off the record, that is the way that I would interpret it. But for him, I don't know if he looked at that because on the call, he didn't give me anything pertinent on that first call, right? But you did tell him I'll keep my lips sealed, and he has your word about that. Right. I was hoping when he hit me that they were ready to do an interview. So I was letting him know, yes, I'm a person that I can have that professionalism with you. And if you are willing, yes, I'm very open to interviewing. Okay. And did you, in your mind, is there anything left between you and Sunstar that's still off the record? Meaning, is there anything he told you that you didn't turn around and already put out there? Or are your lips still sealed about anything in terms of your conversations with Sunstar? We had a conversation that I have not made public. All right. When was that? In 2021. All right. Tell me about that. Who else was present? It was just me and him on the phone. Okay, who called? I don't. He says who called who? She says I don't recall. Well, what was the subject? The alleged incident. The alleged incident meaning Tory and Megan shooting? Yes. And did you recall who called who? What did you say? And what did he say on this 2021 call? On this particular day, we chit chatted, and I don't know how we got into it, but yeah, I don't know. At some point though, he goes into what he heard of the situation. He is telling you things he has heard about the underlying events. Uh-huh. And the events are the night that Megan was shot or was injured. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And did he on this call, later call, or oh, by the way, remember our off the record deal? Keep this off the record? No. Did he tell you he needed to keep what he was telling you secret? No. Did he say anything to you about what you might do with the information you were getting or why he was telling you then? I Once again, I don't remember how we got into the conversation, but no, he didn't say that I couldn't go out and speak about it. I don't believe, no. Okay, and so it's 4 years later. What was the information that he started with you that you hadn't since shared? Like, What was the news or new about it? It was just basically his proximity because it was Tori's dad. I was interested in hearing what he had to say, but he wasn't there. But what are you asking me? I think you said at the beginning of this, there's one conversation that I had with Sunstar that I reported or talked about. And I'm trying what the information was that was different from all the other conversations. That it's supposed to be an overview of what happened that night. From whose perspective? I mean, the dad wasn't there, right? I would assume from his sons, from Tori's. Okay, and like, was it formal? Was it like a slideshow or something? Or was it just no? It was just him talking and big picture laying out of the narrative of the night from Tori's perspective. I couldn't say for certain it was from his perspective. I was assuming because who would tell you that? I don't know. Was it a was it a version that made Tori seem innocent? Yes. Was Tori a shooter in that version? Actually, he didn't even go that far in the conversation. What does that mean? That based on what relayed, he didn't get to that point in the story. Okay, he stopped before that? Right. Like before they got into the car or the truck, or he one of the last things I remember mentioning was that they allegedly had fought. Tori and Megan? No, Kelsey and Megan. Okay, but he didn't say anything to you in terms of Tori's perspective about whether Tori pulled the trigger? No. Did you ask him? Yes. And did you say he had inside information on that? You said, ask me one more time. Ooh, excuse me. Y'all, give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, no. I don't believe that he trusted me with that. I think he wanted to leave that with Tori and not give me the opportunity to relay that information. Okay, so he was trying to give you information that probably was favorable to his son's situation, right? Is that how you interpreted what he was saying? I just interpreted him as venting and kind of like I said, because I don't recall how we got into it. Because there wasn't anything like, oh, call me. We need to talk about this. I don't know how we got into that conversation, but it came about and he brought it up. And I didn't stop him because I was interested. I wanted to know. And I listened. And before he got to that point, he stopped. And I was like, well, what happened? And he didn't go further. Did he give a reason for that? Because I'm sure if you were going to cover it, you would love to know. Is his well here is headline news. Inside the vehicle. Yeah, like I said, I got the impression that he wanted to allow Daystar to maybe speak more so to that. The things that he touched on, I felt like related to things that were public already. We had already heard about a alleged fight. Everything he kind of told me, we kind of pretty much heard. So anything that I feel like maybe we hadn't, that he didn't say it. Okay, and because we started this with you saying there's one conversation with Sunstar I haven't talked about. Yeah? Was there anything new in that conversation? Yes. What? I mean, new, meaning you didn't already know that I hadn't heard before. So I don't know it to be true, but just what I had never heard. Right. I had never heard that when Daystar got to the door, that he was greeted by Megan and Kylie with four shots and said, welcome to the, and I'm a, y'all, the P word, parlor. That's corn chat. Y'all, that's corn chat, y'all. We're going to say corn chat. Welcome to the corn chat parlor. I never heard that before. Did you hear that at the trial? I don't believe so. Okay, what else? I feel like, oh, that Jonathan, who was the baby, a rapper that Tori and Megan had allegedly been having SCX, and that Kelsey had to go home for COVID. I'll tell you what I had heard before. This I had heard before that Kelsey, but he was relaying this, and Kelsey had to go home for COVID, and that's when Tori and Megan got closer. And the dad is telling you this. Presumably, Tori is telling the dad this. I don't know who told him that, but that's what he told me. Circumstantially, what else could it be? I don't know, right? Okay, but so all this stuff he's telling you is not what happened in the vehicle with the gun. Any of that. This is like leading up to it, right? And was there anything in that call between the two of you about what happened in the vehicle with the gun? No. Did Tori ever talk to you about that? No. Has Tori himself told you anything about that night? No. Now pause. Do y'all remember that station head when she said that she had her MacBook out and she had the phone and she was typing like a reporter, reading word for she was typing word for word? Mm, but okay, that's my opinion alone. But I got the video. Scroll down on my page. You'll listen to the whole audio from station head. But okay, let's continue. Okay, anything else about this 2021 Sunstar call that was stood out to you? I was excited because you were saying I've never told anyone about this. Anything else newsworthy for the case there? Not for me because it wasn't coming from Tory. So who cares about that? It's hearsay. So it's not that something I reported on. Anything he told me, I didn't go live and report on that. Now pause. But why was you live on that station head that the very show? Why were you having conversations? Again, scroll down on my page, you'll see the audio. But anyway, let's continue. But he said that Tori and Megan had been having sex and that they were in LA and that Megan was acting funny, something to that effect, towards Tori, and that he didn't understand why, but found out that Jordan, the baby, was around and that he knew that they had been having sex as well. So he assumed that that's why he was treated, or that she was treating him the way that she had been, and that Megan eventually invited him over to Kylie's home, and that he thought it was odd, but he went anyway. So, well, and yeah, so all that. So the thing about the baby, I had not heard that prior to the trial, and every bit of this you were saying this is what you said. It's hearsay. You didn't go public with this because there is no way that you can confirm it with the baby or Jonathan or these people. Right. Now pause. Now y'all gotta do your homework on that. Y'all write that down, go do your homework, and we're gonna come back and talk about it. We gotta go do our homework and make sure that there was no conversation, okay? Do your homework, okay? All right, let's continue. And obviously, the dad wasn't there and he doesn't know what happened. Right. And then he didn't even get to what they want to know anyway, which is what happened in the critical moment. So, okay. All right. For the record, I marked Exhibit 66, one page document. Okay, let's scroll. And I'll ask you, Miss Cooper, if you can tell me what this is. This is a direct message conversation between me and Tori on current Instagram page, VIA private direct messages. Okay. And so all right. So this is him saying that your number, I have to ask you something. Yes. And you give it to him? Uh-huh. And this is December 13th, 2022? Uh-huh. Is that before or after the trial? It's cutting real close. I believe trial started within 7 days, either prior or somewhere real close to it. Okay, so somewhere close to trial. How long had it been since you had been in touch with him before this December 13th? Gotta ask you something. It had been a while since talk of that podcast. Okay, talk of possibly doing a podcast with him? Yeah. He had written me on my previous Instagram. Okay. And there was And that was back in possibly 21, maybe. And that never came to be. No. Okay. And then it's been a while. And then he reaches out and says, I got to ask you something. Yes. Close in time to the trial. Yes. And you gave him the number. And then did you guys talk? Yes. He did call me. And tell me everything you can about that conversation. Everything you said, everything he said. I believe that this was really a brief conversation where he wanted me to send an email to his publicist. Okay, who is his publicist? Her name is Marie. Marie, the publicist. And what was supposed to be in the email? The different reasons why I felt like there was some things that were contradictory. He wanted you to send an email to his publicist listing reasons that you had questions about. Now pause. Is this that same woman named Mary? I forgot her last name is a tongue-tied last name, but it starts with an R. Is this that same woman that we just previously discussed with Caesar's deposition? Okay, let's mark that down. Y'all write that down. Write it down in your notebook. All right, let's continue. And it says, I think. Oh, wait, did I scroll? Okay, what was supposed to? Okay, so he wanted you to send an email to his publicist, listening reasons that you had questions about. Yeah, the case against him. I think that Mary wanted to know my viewpoint, and so that she wanted to see why I felt the way I did. I don't know if she was his publicist in trying to fill me out. I don't know. Well, okay. Did you actually send the email? Yes. Is that here somewhere? I don't know. Was it a long email? It was two. And there were a lot of attachments and one in particular, but it wasn't a long email. It was just me accepting those different items. All right. So the text of the email wasn't long, but there was a bunch of attachments. Yes. If I printed it out, would it be a thick pile? And then that's when the reporter requested clarification. A thick pile of documents, detachments. No, there were a lot of screenshots. So this is either during or just before the trial, right? Yeah. And what attachments did you choose to forward to the publicist? I sent her screenshots from Kelsey's mother and sister because they were the reason I initially questioned Megan. Oh, right. They reached out to you. Okay. There was a situation where I was sent an interview, an ex-boyfriend of Megan who had said some things to me. Y'all, there's some tea. Y'all, there's some tea right here. Y'all, there's some tea. It says, what was that person's name? His name is Karim. Karim, Karim, Karim York Jr. Now pause. Now, how do you know his entire full name, but you didn't even know the last names off the rip from your whole group chat on Inshore? You didn't know their last names off the rip? But you know his entire full name? Karim York Jr.? Okay, so let's continue. That's my opinion alone, but that's some tea, y'all. York? Uh-huh. And was it a third name? No, it's Junior. Karim Jr. I'm sorry, yes. Okay, all right. And you were going to interview him. He was a former boyfriend of Megan. Yes. And did you actually interview him? Not an actual interview. Okay. Did you do a pre-interview or did you talk to him? Yes. Was the reason he didn't actually do the interview? I believe Megan intercepted. Okay, did she tell you don't do the interview? No, she did not tell me not to do the interview. Did somebody tell you not to do the interview? No. Okay, what was in your mind? Like, what caused you to say, I would like to interview this guy? And then you talked to him and then you said, I'm not going to interview him. What was the interviewing event? I know you said generally somebody got to him or something. What did you perceive? Yeah, so Karim York publicly was moved by something Joe Budden said in regards to women and how men are treated when they are on the receiving end of trying to be accountable because Megan's mugshot had gone viral. The internet found out that Megan had been to jail and they wanted to know why. So she went public and described being physically abusive to her then boyfriend Karim, and it became a hot topic. Karim then went on Instagram upset and saying basically, y'all are listening to one person tell you a version of events and it's not true. He accused her of being on drugs and having an alcohol problem. He mentioned a GUN. He mentioned broken glass from a car. This is the pre interview. This is in a caption on Instagram. He wrote it out to you, public. I'm trying to understand why you didn't interview him after you. Yeah, I was going to. Then he says, if anyone would like to reach out to me to do an interview, reach out. So I did. And we spoke. And he told me some things. And I said, let me take a nap. I take my nap and I wake up. Megan has spoken to him on the phone. She has gone live on Instagram. She has recorded a portion of a conversation with him and basically said it wasn't about me. Leave me alone. And that was it. And he became uncooperative after that. And that's why the interview didn't take place. Okay, so he chose not to tell whatever story he told you before or he told in his other places. Right. After she gave whatever she gave her side, he said, I'm not going to go there. Whatever talk they had. Okay, we don't have those emails. Well, we'll send a letter to counsel after that we're missing something. Yeah. Do you still have that email to the publicist? Yes. I was going to produce it on the third set of interrogatories. Get it out. Interrogatories. However you say that. I'm tired now. We're gonna move on. Yeah, I do not have them on my phone. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's it for this, right? 67. Okay, so they mark 67 as exhibit, and it says I think it's Cooper's FTI production base number ending in 508. And this is some forensic analyst of what from her phone text messages. Text message from Daystar. Okay, all right. What's the question? Whether they actually text that day? What they text about? Okay. So I am right that at least according to this, you had some text messages with Daystar, Tori, on December 22nd to 2022. Yes. And we decided that that's when during the trial. I just had the date here. I have starting December 12th. I don't around this time, it would have been ending maybe. Yeah. It would have been ending around now. Today. Yeah. And let's see, 10 p.m., 324. Okay. Did you produce in this case the text from that day with Sunstar as far as you know? I don't recall. I don't know. Oh, did you guys not text? Did you talk on the phone in real time on December 22? I would imagine I followed up with him if he asked me to call him. Okay, and what's the longest one-to-one conversation you ever had with Tory Lanez? Not significant at all. The longest was the day I was at his house and everyone was like collectively talking. And that wasn't even really one on one, right? Right. So I haven't had a substantial conversation with Tori. So what's the like how many times have you talked to him on the phone where it's just either the two of you or the two of you and other person on the phone? Now pause. Now we got some tea, y'all. We got some tea. Now, if y'all don't recall, there was a clip from a website from New York King when I guess they had indifferences, but it's in the court documents and it's also online. Y'all go look that up. Write that in your calendar. I have been on the phone with him and his father once. Now I lost my track. Okay. Other than that, it's been Instagram, and then he texts me here or there, but we never really talked. And I'm not sure if this reflects an actual phone call, but he was looking for a phone call. Did I didn't know what you said before. Did he when he asked you to email or to be in touch with his publicist, was that on a phone call? Yeah. Okay. And was anybody other than you and Tory Lanez on that phone call? No. Did he call you or you called him? He called you? I followed up with him, I believe. All right. You called him. So, or maybe he called me once I gave my number. You gave him your number? Yeah. And so this would be right when the trial ended, right? Towards it, I believe. I don't know what day exactly, but when you talked to him, was he already dealing with a guilty verdict? I don't believe so. It would have come across in his mood, probably. Right. No, I didn't talk him after. They remanded, they took him back after that. So it had to be before. Okay, and do you think this is the conversation where he asked you to reach out to the publicist? No. It was prior to this because it was before this, I believe, for sure. Can you tell from the information here what it was you were talking about on December 22? It looks like 3 calls, right? Separate in time by a few minutes. Call or text. I don't know. These are text. These are text messages asking for a call. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. So they went from, okay, we're about to get some tea. I'm about to get some tea. Okay, so they went from 6:13 to 6:20. We're back on the record. Okay, for the record, I've marked as Exhibit 68 a very small, looks like QuickBooks entry. And I have one question about this. So they marked 68 for identification. If you can piece it together, there's one entry 4/4/2020, or maybe it's 4/4/2023. Amount exceeded $33,363. And the reference name is sender Angela Peterson. What's that in reference to? I have never received a $33,000 payment from Angela Peterson. I don't know who that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. You don't know? That name doesn't ring a bell to you? No. Okay. What about this lore? Like, courtesy of academics in the chat inward. So academics and me did live streams together, and his fans are called the chat inwards. So as support, they would send cash during that time. Okay, so you were saying like while you were on the conversation, you say, "Hey, if you really like to send us some money on the chat on the Cash App." I didn't do that with his people. Okay, but they would donate, yes. Got it. And the $33,000, well, 33,000 number doesn't, you don't know what that relates to? Not at all. And I've never received $33,000. Okay. 69. No, that's the one. The top one was yours. Can we actually switch that one out? Okay, so they passed it around. Okay, so they marked it as 69 for identification. It says, for the record, I marked as 69 another one of these little, looks like a QuickBooks sheet. It has some account activity or Cash App activity. And the one I have a question about, same thing. Is this amount exceeded 77,000 something? Shanika Laurie? Does that ring a bell? Not at all. I wish I got 77,000 from somebody. All right. And I'm not even, I'm pretty certain you can send just this 30,000, 77,000. You can't even send that over Cash App. Okay. What about the one at the bottom? 3,020. Subject, your hard work. Basic. Do you know what that is? Actually, no, I don't think it came through either. I don't recall it either. Is that, does the name ring a bell? Biaston? Or have you said? No, I don't know what that is. Well, who that is. Anybody write you $3,000 for your hard work? No, I would have remembered that. Okay. Have 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 you received, I'm asking this very broadly. Have you received money from anybody in the world to help you support Tory in any way in connection with his situation? No. That you hadn't talked about today? No. Okay, and we talked about the payments from his dad. You've told us about that. Nobody else has given you money to help you do anything to support Tori? No. Okay, and okay. Can you please pull up tab 36A1 audio? And then it says, just one moment, please. We will look at 70B. Okay, and then they mark that for identification. Okay, let's scroll down. What he says, was that a truthful statement that Megan is mentally retarded? Yes or no? Objection as to form, says Ms. Dixon. I can't, and then they says requested clarification. Objection as to form. And it says and then it says requested clarification. She's asking you to answer the question. Is that a truthful statement that Megan is mentally retarded? I can't say. Okay, when you said here, I think she's actually mentally retarded, do you mean to say I can't say whether she is? Right. So I said, I think, okay. And have you reviewed any of Megan's medical records? No. Have you had access to any diagnosis that would support the idea that she has a disorder out something? No. Okay. I've used up all my time. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Before we get off the record, do you have a copy of the? Okay, so we done, y'all. Ooh, 8 hours and 35 minutes. Ooh, I've been live, y'all. Okay, let's get into this tea, y'all. There's some tea at the bottom. Okay, we done with the transcripts. Oh, so I read it so that y'all wouldn't have to. Now, I didn't do this at the beginning, but I did flash it. But let me go ahead and just put it up here. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 in the Copyright Act. This is fair use. And basically, what I'm saying is I'm not a paralegal, I'm not an attorney, and I'm not a judge. I'm just simply saying that I know how to read. So just want to make sure I go ahead and get that for the record. For the record. Okay, so if y'all see here, that's tweets. Megan wants to know what she has to do to stop being posted on certain outlets. And then she says she's going to Cardi B, y'all, and then she blocks it out. My suggestion would be just to get over it or go away. Cardi won her case because Tasha K handed it to her. Other than that, you're going to get posted. Oh, well, y'all see that, right? Boom. Here go another one. This is from her older page. That's taken into consideration, as y'all see. Daystar, is that horse? She said, is that a horse leg? So this is from her show. Y'all see that, right? All right, this is certified copy. So this is where she was on live. Y'all can read that, right? Pause your screen, but I'm gonna keep scrolling. And then it says, that's a certificate for somebody. And this was a second amended complaint, right? So we've already got this court document. We've already posted this. But I just want to make sure. See, there go when she was live on Instagram, when she posted, when she was out to eat with Daddy. Okay. Let's keep scrolling. See, this is where she said, go to my likes. And we got the audio clip of this, by the way. And that's when she said, is Megan Thee Stallion a professional victim? Y'all see that, right? That's when she wrote a tweet. All this case taught anyone was that your father, brother, cousin, or son could face over 20 years in prison without proper evidence and botched investigation and another likely suspect just because non-credible witness said you did something and y'all slow asses cheering. That's what she tweeted. Here go another tweet. Y'all see that, right? Y'all see that tweet, right? Okay. This was in the court documents, the amended court documents. And I just want to be, since we on camera, y'all see that hyperlink right here? This is a hyperlink that you can actually click on. This video in particular, I know this, the source.com. So this is when Noir blasted her from the source.com. They had took his little clip from Station Head. So y'all see that little hyperlink right there. Okay. There go another hyperlink. And so that's that. All right, y'all. So we're pretty much done here. And again, I appreciate everybody who has joined the live and who has come and have listened to me. This has been a long 8.5 hours. I do appreciate y'all. Now, somebody keep asking me to post this, so I don't feel comfortable in posting, but I'll just put it. If you're generous, there's my cash out. But again, I want to let everybody know, appreciate you for coming in. And as I always say, when you lead with integrity, you never have to worry about somebody questioning your loyalty or your intentions. And with that said, I want y'all to get y'all's little jam on, get your hips rolling, because we getting ready to get out of here. But I want y'all to think about what I stated, to actually write down and jot down and go do your homework on. Okay? I hope y'all have a great one. Bye-bye.
Daddy, daddy, da, da, da. Oh, stepping man Tingz. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Step in the court, I'm the eyes and the ears. Dropping the facts, no rumors in here. From the filings to the rulings, I'm spilling the tea. Every dog, every line, yeah, it's all from me. You want receipts, I got the page. Breaking it down, center stage. From subpoenas to them big appeals. Document Tingz, we keep it real. Yeah. Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. It's Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. No cap, no spin, just the ink on the sheet. From civil to criminal, I'm bringing the heat. When the gavel come down, I'm writing the note. Giving you the story from the filings that show. Contempt or appeal, I'ma let you win. Settlement talks or a jury win. Public records, private fights. Document Tingz, keeping days and nights. Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between. Document Tingz, bringing truth to the light. Paper trail strong, yeah, we reading it right. From the docket to the drop, every case, every scene. I'm your courtroom reporter with the facts in between.